Hello there. Let me put myself right down here. There we go. Adjust myself just a little bit. Yeah, because this is a return. How is everyone doing? Welcome to the third edition of Horror Story ASMR. Let me turn the background audio down a little bit because that's a little on the loud side. Trying something a little different with some of the background audio, if you don't mind. Happy Wednesday, and I hope everyone is having a terrifyingly pleasant time zone. It's middle of the week, hump day. That just means you're that much closer to the weekend and some extra time to do whatever it is you need to do. So don't get discouraged. You'll be there. You'll make it. Just gotta give it your best effort. I hope everyone is doing well. Hope you're all getting nice and cozy, nice and comfortable. It's a little chilly out in the cemetery this evening, so make sure you're all bundled up in your favorite blanket. If you have a particular plushie that you want to hold on tight as we read some tales of terror and fright, I would advise that you do so. If you have a significant other that you would want to latch onto instead, that is also perfectly acceptable. Just welcome them. Make sure to welcome them to the cemetery proper. Otherwise, the ghosts may not be aware that we have visitors. So, I currently have, let me see here. I currently have 4 stories lined up. We'll probably read more depending on how time permits. Depending on how everyone is feeling. But right now, I currently have 4 stories lined up for your listening pleasure. And the pleasure, indeed, is all mine. Now, last couple times we did this, I was reading from some fanfic sites. I made the mistake then of not checking to make sure that those stories were okay to read on stream. I kind of learned my lesson on that one, so this time we're going to be focusing primarily on classics, the classic horror material. So, I got my stories. I just want to make sure that you all are ready, that you're all comfortable, that you're all braced for fear and fright. It's been a while since I've pulled out this layout. I made a few adjustments for it, but I wanted to get the mood right. It's always important to have an appropriate mood when you're reading these particular kinds of stories. It makes it easier to bring out the ghouls that will more than likely, no doubt, be listening in on these tales. Oh, don't worry. They'll be fine as long as you're in my care. They will not bother you. However, if anyone... how should I put this? If anyone should cause a disturbance, then I can't really make any promises for their own safety. Let's just say we have enough room here at the cemetery for a few additional souls. I haven't really found out how many that we can accommodate here. Could be, we could have 100, we could have closer to 1,000. Would anyone want to be a volunteer to find out? I'm just playing. Or am I? This was kind of a spur of the moment decision, because I didn't really have anything planned for this evening. Well, my original plan was if we needed an extra day to finish off Bayonetta 3, then that was going to be today. Thankfully, we were able to finish that on Monday to... I'd rather not talk about that. I'll save that. My full thoughts, because I've been thinking about the ending to Bayonetta 3 for the past couple days. And I think I'll save my full thoughts on it when we meet up again this Friday for some indie horror games. Right now, I just want to make sure to focus on keeping all of you as accommodated as possible. Let's see. Let's say we go ahead and get on started, shall we? Because we do have some stories, and as I mentioned before, depending on time, we may pull up a couple more. But I do have my current list of tales that we can weave. So, let's go ahead and get started, shall we? Once again, make sure you're cuddled up nice and toasty, because it is really chilly out. If you feel the sudden drop in temperature, it could be the weather, or it could be a ghost snuggling up right next to you and listening in. Hold that thought, actually. Corey apparently wants in on the stories too, so let me go ahead and tend to her real fast. One sec. I'm back. Yeah, Corey apparently wanted in on the stories as well. Here we go. Yeah, alright. I think we're all present and accounted for. So, without further ado, let's say we go ahead and get started, shall we? Let's see. Here we go. Our first story of the evening is a classic written by none other than Edgar Allan Poe himself. Geronimo, hello. How you doing? Happy hauntings. And I hope you're having a terrifyingly pleasant time zone. Welcome, welcome. I'm glad that you're ready. I'll send a couple other ghosts to take seats right next to you. Just cuddle up, nice and close. How you doing, Geronimo? Hope you're doing well. Just got to get started with the fall of the House of Usher. One sec. During the whole of a dull, dark, and soundless day in the autumn of the year, when the clouds hung oppressively low in the heavens, I had been passing alone on horseback through a singularly dreary tract of country, and at length found myself, as the shades of the evening drew on, within view of the melancholy House of Usher. I know not how it was, but with the first glimpse of the building, a sense of insufferable gloom pervaded my spirit. I say insufferable, for the feeling was unrelieved by any of that half-pleasurable, because poetic, sentiment with which the mind usually receives even the sternest natural images of the desolate or terrible. I know, Corey. I looked upon the scene before me, upon the mere house, and the simple landscape features of the domain, upon the bleak walls, upon the vacant, eye-like windows, upon a few rank sedges, and upon a few white trunks of decayed trees, with an utter depression of soul which I can compare to no earthly sensation more properly than to the after-dream of the reveler upon opium, the bitter lapse into everyday life, the hideous dropping off of the veil. There was an iciness, a sinking, a sickening of the heart, an unredeemed dreariness that thought which no goading of the imagination could torture into aught of the sublime. What was it? I paused to think. What was it that so unnerved me in the contemplation of the House of Usher? It was a mystery all insoluble, nor could I grapple with the shadowy fancies that crowded upon me as I pondered. I was forced to fall back upon the unsatisfactory conclusion that while, beyond doubt, there are combinations of very simple natural objects which have the power of thus affecting us, still the analysis of this power lies among considerations beyond our depth. It was possible, I reflected, that a mere different arrangement of the particulars of the scene, of the details of the picture, would be sufficient to modify, or perhaps to annihilate, its capacity for sorrowful impression, and, acting upon this idea, I reined my horse to the precipitous brink of a black and lurid tarn that lay in unruffled luster by the dwelling and gazed down. But with a shudder even more thrilling than before, upon the remodeled and inverted images of the gray sedge and the ghastly tree stems and the vacant and eye-like windows. Nevertheless, in this mansion of gloom, I now propose to myself to sojourn of some weeks. Its proprietor, Roderick Usher, had been one of my boon companions in boyhood, but many years had elapsed since our last meeting. A letter, however, had lately reached me in a distant part of the country. A letter from him, which, in its wildly importunate nature, had admitted of no other than a personal reply. The MS gave evidence of nervous agitation. The writer spoke of acute bodily illness, of a mental disorder which oppressed him, and of an earnest desire to see me as his best and indeed his only personal friend, with a view of attempting, by the cheerfulness of my society, some alleviation of his malady. It was the manner in which all this, and much more, was said. It was the apparent heart that went with his request, which allowed me no room for hesitation, and I accordingly obeyed forthwith what I still considered very singular summons. Although as boys we had been even intimate associates, yet I really knew little of my friend. His reserve had been always excessive and habitual. I was aware, however, that this very ancient family had been noted time out of mind for a peculiar sensibility of temperament, displaying itself through long ages in many works of exalted art, and manifested of late in repeated deeds of munificent yet unobtrusive clarity, as well as in a passionate devotion to the intricacies, perhaps even more than to the orthodox and easily recognizable beauties of musical science. I had learned, too, the very remarkable fact that the stem of the Usher race, all time honored as it was, had put forth, at no period, any enduring branch. In other words, that the entire family lay in the direct line of descent, and had always, with very trifling and very temporary variation, so lain. It was this deficiency I considered, while running over in thought the perfect keeping of the character of the premises, with the accredited character of the people, and while speculating upon the possible influence which the one, in the long lapse of centuries, might have exercised upon the other. It was this deficiency, perhaps, of collateral issue, and the consequent undeviating transmission from sire to son of the patrimony with the name which had at length so identified the two as to merge the original title of the estate in the quaint and unequivocal appellation of the House of Usher, an appellation which seemed to include in the minds of the peasantry who used it both the family and the family mansion. Let me know how all the audio is, by the way. You know me and my constant habits of checking my audio levels. I have said that the sole effect of my somewhat childish experiment, that of looking down within the tarn, had been to deepen the first singular impression. There can be no doubt that the consciousness of the rapid increase of my superstition, for why should I not so term it, served mainly to accelerate the increase itself. Such, I have long known, is the paradoxical law of all sentiments having terror as a basis. And it might have been for this reason that, when I again uplifted my eyes to the house itself from its image in the pool, there grew in my mind a strange fancy, a fancy so ridiculous indeed that I but mention it to show the vivid force of the sensations which oppressed me. I had so worked upon my imagination as really to believe that about the whole mansion and domain there hung an atmosphere peculiar to themselves and their immediate vicinity, an atmosphere which had lost my place, an atmosphere which had no affinity with the air of heaven, but which had reeked up from the decayed trees and the gray wall and the silent tarn, a pestilent and mystic vapor, dull, sluggish, faintly discernible, and leaden-hued. Shaking off from my spirit what must have been a dream, I scanned more narrowly the real aspect of the building. Its principal feature seemed to be that of an excessive antiquity. The discoloration of ages had been great. Minute fungi overspread the whole exterior, hanging in a fine tangled webwork from the eaves. Yet all this was apart from any extraordinary dilapidation. No portion of the masonry had fallen, and there appeared to be a wild inconsistency between its still perfect adaptation of parts and the crumbling condition of the individual stones. In this, there was much that reminded me of the spacious totality of old woodwork, which has rotted for long years in some neglected vault, with no disturbance from the breath of the external air. Beyond this indication of extensive decay, however, the fabric gave little token of instability. Perhaps the eye of a scrutinizing observer might have discovered a barely perceptible fissure, which, extending from the roof of the building in front, made its way down the wall in a zigzag direction until it became lost in the sullen waters of the tarn. Noticing these things, I rode over a short causeway to the house. A servant in waiting took my horse, and I entered the Gothic archway of the hall. A valet of stealthy step thence conducted me in silence through many dark and intricate passages in my progress to the studio of his master. Much that I encountered on the way contributed, I know not how, to heighten the vague sentiments of which I have already spoken. While the objects around me, while the carvings of the ceilings, the somber tapestries of the walls, the ebony blackness of the floors, and the phantasmagoric armorial trophies which rattled as I strode, were but matters to which, or to such as which, I had been accustomed from my infancy. While I hesitated not to acknowledge how familiar was all this, I still wondered to find how unfamiliar were the fancies which ordinary images were stirring up. On one of the staircases, I met the physician of the family. His countenance, I thought, wore a mingled expression of low cunning and perplexity. He accosted me with trepidation and passed on. The valet now threw open the door and ushered me into the presence of his master. The room in which I found myself was very large and lofty. The windows were long, narrow, and pointed, and at so vast a distance from the black oaken floor as to be altogether inaccessible from within. Feeble gleams of encrimsoned light made their way through the trellised panes and served to render sufficiently distinct the more prominent objects around. The eye, however, struggled in vain to reach the remoter angles of the chamber, or the recesses of the vaulted and fretted ceiling. Dark draperies hung upon the walls. The general furniture was profuse, comfortless, antique, and tattered. Many books and musical instruments lay scattered about, but failed to give any vitality to the scene. I felt that I breathed an atmosphere of sorrow, an air of stern, deep, and irredeemable gloom hung over and pervaded all. Upon my entrance, Usher rose from a sofa on which he had been lying at full length, and greeted me with with a vivacious warmth which had much in it. I at first thought of an overdone cordiality, of the constrained effort of the ennuyé man of the world. A glance, however, at his countenance convinced me of his perfect sincerity. We sat down, and for some moments, while he spoke not, I gazed upon him with a feeling half of pity, half of awe. Surely man had never before so terribly altered in so brief a period as had Roderick Usher. It was with difficulty that I could bring myself to admit the identity of the man being before me with the companion of my early boyhood. Yet the character of his face had been at all times remarkable. A cadaverousness of complexion, an eye large, liquid and luminous beyond comparison, lips somewhat thin and very pallid, but of a surpassingly beautiful curve, a nose of a delicate Hebrew model, but with a breadth of nostril unusual in similar formations, a finely molded chin, speaking in its want of prominence, of a want of moral energy, hair of a more than web-like softness and tenuity. These features, with an inordinate expansion above the regions of the temple, made up altogether a countenance not easily to be forgotten. And now, in the mere exaggeration of the prevailing character of these features, and of the expression they were wont to convey, lay so much of change that I doubted to whom I spoke. The now ghastly pallor of the skin, and the now miraculous luster of the eye, above all things startled and even awed me. The silken hair, too, had been suffered to grow all unheeded, and as, in its wild, gossamer texture, it floated rather than fell about the face, I could not, even with effort, connect its arabesque expression with any idea of simple humanity. In the manner of my friend, I was at once struck with an incoherence, an inconsistency, and I soon found this to arise from a series of feeble and futile struggles to overcome a habitual trepidancy and excessive nervous agitation. For something of this nature I had indeed been prepared, no less by his letter than by reminiscences of certain boyish traits, and by conclusions deduced from his peculiar physical conformation and temperament. His action was alternatively vivacious and sullen. His voice varied rapidly from a tremulous indecision, when the animal spirits seemed utterly in abeyance, to that species of energetic concision, that abrupt, weighty, unhurried, and hollow-sounding enunciation, that leaden, self-balanced, and perfectly modulated guttural utterance, which may be observed in the lost drunkard or the irreclaimable eater of opium during the periods of his most intense excitement. Spooky hair indeed. I like to think my hair is fairly well in place. You know, despite the fact that I'm dead, I take great pride in my hair. It was thus that he spoke on the object of my visit, of his earnest desire to see me, and of the solace he expected me to afford him. He entered at some length into what he conceived to be the nature of his malady. It was, he said, a constitutional and a family evil, and one for which he despaired to find a remedy. A mere nervous affection, he immediately added, which would undoubtedly soon pass off. It displayed itself and a host of unnatural sensations. Some of these, as he detailed them, interested and bewildered me, although perhaps the terms and the general manner of the narration had their weight. He suffered much from a morbid acuteness of the senses. The most insipid food was alone endurable. He could wear only garments of certain texture. The odors of all flowers were oppressive. His eyes were tortured by even a faint light, and there were but peculiar sounds, and these from stringed instruments, which did not inspire him with horror. Next reading, 50 Shades of Samhain, when the dead get jiggy with it. Oh my. Oh, that would be a very interesting tale of horror and eroticism indeed. I don't think I would be able to read that on Twitch though, unfortunately. That would have to be a Fansly thing, if I ever pulled the trigger on that. To the anomalous species of terror I found him, a bounden slave. I shall perish, said he. I must perish in this deplorable folly. Thus, and not otherwise, shall I be lost. I dread the events of the future, not in themselves, but in their results. I shudder at the thought of any, even the most trivial, incident which may operate upon this intolerable agitation of soul. I have, indeed, no abhorrence of danger, except in its absolute effect, in terror. In this unnerved, in this pitiable condition, I feel that the period will sooner or later arrive when I must abandon life and reason together in some struggle with the grim phantasm. Fear. I learned, moreover, at intervals and through broken and equivocal hits, another singular feature of his mental condition. He was enchained by certain superstitious impressions in regard to the dwelling which he tenanted, and whence for many years he had never ventured forth, in regard to an influence whose supposititious force was conveyed in terms too shadowy here to be restated, an influence which some peculiarities in the mere form and substance of his family mansion had, by dint of long sufferance, he said, obtained over his spirit, an effect which the physique of the grey walls and turrets and of the dim tarn into which they all looked down had at length brought about upon the morale of his existence. He admitted, however, although with hesitation, that much of the peculiar gloom which thus afflicted him could be traced to a more natural and far more palpable origin, to the severe and long-continued illness, indeed to the evidently approaching dissolution of a tenderly beloved sister, his sole companion for long years, his last and only relative on earth. Her decease, he said, with a bitterness which I can never forget, would leave him, the hopeless and the frail, the last of the ancient race of the Ushers. While he spoke, the Lady Madeline, for so was she called, passed slowly through a remote portion of the apartment, and, without having noticed my presence, disappeared. I regarded her with an utter astonishment, and not unmingled with dread, and yet I found it impossible to account for such feelings. A sensation of stupor oppressed me as my eyes followed her retreating steps. When the door, at length, closed upon her, my glance sought instinctively and eagerly the countenance of the brother. But he had buried his face in his hands, and I could only perceive that a far more than ordinary wanness had overspread the emaciated fingers through which trickled many passionate tears. The disease of the Lady Madeline had long baffled the skill of her physicians. A settled apathy, a gradual wasting away of the person, and frequent although transient affections of a partially cataleptical character were the unusual diagnosis. Hitherto, she had steadily borne up against the pressure of her malady, and had not betaken herself finally to bed, but on the closing in of the evening of my arrival at the house. She succumbed, as her brother told me at night with inexpressible agitation, to the prostrating power of the destroyer, and I learned that the glimpse I had obtained of her person would thus probably be the last I should obtain, that the lady, at least while living, would be seen by me no more. For several days ensuing, her name was unmentioned by either Usher or myself, and during this period I was busied in earnest endeavors to alleviate the melancholy of my friend. We painted and read together, or I listened, as if in a dream, to the wild improvisations of his speaking guitar. And thus, as a closer and still closer intimacy admitted me more unreservedly into the recesses of his spirit, the more bitterly did I perceive the futility of all attempt at cheering a mind from which darkness, as if an inherent positive quality, poured forth upon all objects of the moral and physical universe in one unceasing radiation of gloom. I shall ever bear about me a memory of the many solemn hours I thus spent alone with the master of the house of Usher. Yet I should fail in any attempt to convey an idea of the exact character of the studies or of the occupations in which he involved me or led me the way. An excited and highly distempered ideality threw a sulphurous luster over all. His long improvised dirges will ring forever in my ears. Among other things, I hold painfully in mind a certain singular perversion and amplification of the wild air of the last waltz of von Weber. From the paintings over which his elaborate fancy brooded, and which grew touch by touch into vagueness at which I shuddered the more thrillingly, because I shuddered, knowing not why, from these paintings, vivid as their images now are before me, I would in vain endeavor to adduce more than a small portion which should lie within the compass of merely written words. By the utter simplicity, by the nakedness of his designs, he arrested and overawed attention. If ever mortal painted an idea, that mortal was Roderick Usher. For me, at least, in the circumstances then surrounding me, there arose out of the pure abstractions which the hypochondriac contrived, to throw upon his canvas an intensity of intolerable awe, no shadow of which felt I ever yet in the contemplation of the certainly glowing, yet too concrete reveries of Fuseli. One of the phantasmagoric conceptions of my friend, partaking not so rigidly of the spirit of abstraction, may be shadowed forth, although feebly in words. A small picture presented the interior of an immensely long and rectangular vault or tunnel, with low walls, smooth, white, and without interruption or device. Certain accessory points of the design served well to convey the idea that this excavation lay at an exceeding depth below the surface of the earth. No outlet was observed in any portion of its vast extent, and no torch or other artificial source of light was discernible. Yet a flood of intense rays rolled throughout, and bathed the whole in a ghastly and inappropriate splendor. I have just spoken of that morbid condition of the auditory nerve which rendered all music intolerable to the sufferer, with the exception of certain effects of stringed instruments. It was, perhaps, the narrow limits to which he thus confined himself upon the guitar which gave birth, in great measure, to the fantastic character of the performances. But the fervid facility of his impromptus could not be so accounted for. They must have been, and were, in the notes, as well as in the words of his wild fantasias, for he not unfrequently accompanied himself with rhymed verbal improvisations, the result of that intense mental collectedness and concentration to which I have previously alluded as observable only in particular moments of the highest artificial excitement. The words of one of these rhapsodies I have easily remembered. I was, perhaps, the more forcibly impressed with it as he gave it, because, in the under or mystic current of its meaning, I fancied that I perceived, and for the first time, a full consciousness on the part of Usher of the tottering of his lofty reason upon her throne. The verses, which were entitled "The Haunted Palace," ran very nearly, if not accurately, thus. In the greenest of our valleys, by good angels tenanted, once a fair and stately palace, radiant palace, reared its head. In the monarch thought's dominion it stood there. Never seraph spread opinion over fabric half so fair. Banners yellow, glorious golden, on its roof did float and flow. All this was in the olden time long ago. And every gentle air that dollied in that sweet day along the ramparts plumed and pallid, a winged odor went away. Wanderers in that happy valley through two luminous windows saw spirits moving musically to a lute's well-tuned law. Round about the throne where sitting poor Pharogenè in state his glory well befitting, the ruler of the realm was seen, and all with pearl and ruby glowing was the fair palace door, through which came flowing, and sparkling evermore a troop of echoes whose sweet duty was but to sing, in voices of surpassing beauty, the wit and wisdom of their king. But evil things in robes of sorrow assailed the monarch's high estate. Ah, let us mourn, for never morrow shall dawn upon him desolate. And round about his home the glory that blushed and bloomed is but a dim remembered story of the old time entombed. And travelers now within that valley through the red-litten windows see vast forms that move fantastically to a discordant melody, while like a rapid ghastly river through the pale door a hideous throng rush out forever and laugh but smile no more. A beautiful melody, don't you think? I well remember that suggestions arising from this ballad led us into a train of thought wherein there became manifest of an opinion of Usher's, which I mention not so much on account of its novelty, for other men have thought thus, as on account of the pertinacity with which he maintained it. This opinion, in its general form, was that of the sentience of all vegetable things, but in his disordered fancy, the idea had assumed a more daring character, and trespassed under certain conditions upon the kingdom of inorganization. I lack words to express the full extent or the earnest abandon of his persuasion. The belief, however, was connected, as I have previously hinted, with the gray stones of the home of his forefathers. The conditions of the sentience had been here, he imagined, fulfilled in the method of collocation of these stones, in the order of their arrangement, as well as in that of the many fungi which overspread them, and of the decayed trees which stood around, above all, in the long undisturbed endurance of this arrangement, and in its reduplication in the still waters of the tarn. Its evidence, the evidence of the sentience, was to be seen, he said, and I here started as he spoke, in the gradual yet certain condensation of an atmosphere of their own about the waters and the walls. The result was discoverable, he added, in that silent yet importunate and terrible influence which for centuries had molded the destinies of his family, and which made him what I now saw him, what he was. Such opinions need no comment, and I will make none. Our books, the books which for years had formed no small portion of the mental existence of the invalid, were, might be supposed, in strict keeping with this character of phantasm, we pored together over such works as the Vervet et Chartreuse of Gresset, the Belphegor of Machiavelli, the Heaven and Hell of Swedenborg, the Subterranean Voyage of Nicholas Klim by Holberg, the Chiromancy of Robert Flood, of Jean d'Argin, and of De la Jambre, the Journey into the Blue Distance of Tieck, and the City of the Sun of Campanella. One favorite volume was a small octavo edition of the Directorium Inquisitorium by the Dominican Emeric de Gironne, and there were passages in Pomponius Mela about the old African satyrs and Egyptons. The way that word was written kind of threw me off a bit there, I apologize. The Egyptons, over which Usher would sit dreaming for hours. His chief delight, however, was found in the perusal of an exceedingly rare and curious book in Carto-Gothic, the manual of a forgotten church, the Vigilis Mortuorum Secundum Coram Ecclesiae Maguntins. I could not help thinking of the wild ritual of this work, and of its probable influence upon the hypochondriac, when, one evening, having informed me abruptly that the Lady Madeline was no more, he stated his intention of preserving her corpse for a fortnight, previously to its final interment. In one of the numerous vaults within the main walls of the building. The worldly reason, however, assigned for this singular proceeding was one which I did not feel at liberty to dispute. The brother had been led to his resolution, so he told me, by consideration of the unusual character of the malady of the deceased, of certain obtrusive and eager inquiries on the part of her her medical men, and of the remote and exposed situation of the burial ground of the family. I will not deny that when I called to mind the sinister countenance of the person whom I met upon the staircase on the day of my arrival at the house, I had no desire to oppose what I regarded as at best but a harmless and by no means an unnatural precaution. At the request of Usher, I personally aided him in the arrangements for the temporary entombment. The body having been encoffined, we two alone bore it to its rest. The vault in which we placed it, and which had been so long unopened that our torches, half smothered in its oppressive atmosphere, gave us little opportunity for investigation, was small, damp, and entirely without means of admission for light, lying at great depth, immediately beneath that portion of the building in which was my own sleeping apartment. It had been used, apparently, in remote feudal times, for the worst purposes of a donjon keep, and in later days as a place of deposit for powder or some other highly combustible substance, as a portion of its floor and the whole interior of a long archway through which we reached it were carefully sheathed with copper. The door, of massive iron, had been also similarly protected. Its immense weight caused an unusually sharp grating sound as it moved upon its hinges. Having deposited our mournful burden upon trestles within this region of horror, we partially turned aside the yet unscrewed lid of the coffin and looked upon the face of the tenant. A striking similitude between the brother and sister now first arrested my attention, and Usher, divining, perhaps, my thoughts, murmured out some few words from which I learned that the deceased and himself had been twins, and that sympathies of a scarcely intelligible nature had always existed between them. Our glances, however, rested not upon the dead, for we could not regard her unawed. The disease which had thus entombed the lady in the maturity of youth had left, as usual in all maladies of a strictly cataleptical character, the mockery of a faint blush upon the bosom and the face, and that suspiciously lingering smile upon the lip which is so terrible in death. We replaced and screwed down the lid, and having secured the door of iron, made our way with toil into the scarcely less gloomy apartments of the upper portion of the house. Apologies, Corey is causing problems again, so allow me to go ahead and tend to her while let you process the mortality of Roderick Usher's late sister. Alright, I have returned. Hopefully Corey doesn't make too much noise. Let's see. Where was I? There we are. And now, some days of bitter grief having elapsed, an observable change came over the features of the mental disorder of my friend. His ordinary manner had vanished. His ordinary occupations were neglected or forgotten. He roamed from chamber to chamber with hurried, unequal, and objectless step. The pallor of his countenance had assumed, if possible, a more ghastly hue, but the luminousness of his eye had utterly gone out. The once occasional huskiness of his tone was heard no more, and a tremulous quaver, as if of extreme terror, habitually characterized his utterance. There were times indeed when I thought his unceasingly agitated mind was laboring with some oppressive secret, to divulge which he struggled for the necessary courage. At times, again, I was obliged to resolve all into the mere inexplicable vagaries of madness, for I beheld him gazing upon vacancy for long hours, in an attitude of the profoundest attention, as if listening to some imaginary sound. It was no wonder that his condition terrified, that it infected me. I felt creeping upon me, by slow yet certain degrees, the wild influences of his own fantastic yet impressive superstitions. It was, especially upon retiring to bed late in the night of the 7th or 8th day after the placing of the Lady Madeline within the donjon, that I experienced the full power of such feelings. Sleep came not near my couch, while the hours waned and waned away. I struggled to reason off the nervousness which had dominion over me. I endeavored to believe that much, if not all, of what I felt was due to the bewildering influence of the gloomy furniture of the room, of the dark and tattered draperies, which tortured into motion by the breath of a rising tempest, swayed fitfully to and fro upon the walls, and rustled uneasily about the decorations of the bed. But my efforts were fruitless. An irrepressible tremor gradually pervaded my frame, and at length there sat upon my very heart an incubus of utterly causeless alarm. Shaking this off with a gasp and a struggle, I uplifted myself upon the pillows and, peering earnestly within the intense darkness of the chamber, hearkened. I know not why, except that an instinctive spirit prompted me to certain low and indefinite sounds which came through the pauses of the storm at long intervals, I knew not whence. Overpowered by an intense sentiment of horror, unaccountable yet unendurable, I threw on my clothes with haste, for I felt that I should sleep no more during the night, and endeavored to arouse myself from the pitiable condition into which I had fallen by pacing rapidly to and fro through the apartment. I had taken but few turns in this matter, when a light step on an adjoining staircase arrested my attention. I presently recognized it as that of Usher, and an instant afterward he rapped with a gentle touch at my door and entered bearing a lamp. His countenance was, as usual, cadaverously wan, but moreover, there was a species of mad hilarity in his eyes, and evidently restrained hysteria in his whole demeanor. His air appalled me, but anything was preferable to the solitude which I had so long endured, and I even welcomed his presence as a relief. "And you have not seen it," he said, abruptly, after having stared at him for some moments in silence. "You have not seen it, but stay, you shall." Thus speaking, and having carefully shaded his lamp, he hurried to one of the casements and threw it freely open to the storm. The impetuous fury of the entering gust nearly lifted us from our feet. It was, indeed, a tempestuous yet sternly beautiful night, and one wildly singular in its terror and its beauty. A whirlwind had apparently collected its force in our vicinity, for there were frequent and violent alterations in the direction of the wind, and the exceeding density of the clouds, which hung so low as to press upon the turrets of the house, did not prevent our perceiving the lifelike velocity with which they flew, careering from all points against each other without passing away into the distance. I say that even their exceeding density did not prevent our perceiving this, yet we had no glimpse of the moon or stars, nor was there any flashing forth of the lightning. But the undersurfaces of the huge masses of agitated vapor, as well as all terrestrial objects immediately around us, were glowing in the unnatural light of a faintly luminous and distinctly visible gaseous exhalation which hung about and enshrouded the mansion. "You must not, you shall not behold this," said I, shuddering to Usher as I led him with a gentle violence from the window to a seat. "These appearances, which bewilder you, are merely electrical phenomena not uncommon, or it may be that they have their ghastly origin in the rank miasma of the tarn. Let us close this casement. The air is chilling and dangerous to your frame. Here is one of your favorite romances. I will read, and you shall listen, and so we will pass away this terrible night together." The antique volume which I had taken up was the Mad Tryst of Sir Launcelot Cunning, but I had called it a favorite of Usher's more in sad jest than in earnest, for in truth there is little in its uncouth and unimaginative prolixity which could have had interest for the lofty and spiritual ideality of my friend. It was, however, the only book immediately at hand, and I indulged a vague hope that the excitement which now agitated the hypochondriac might find relief, for the history of mental disorder is full of similar anomalies, even in the extremeness of the folly which I should read. Could I have judged, indeed, by the wild, overstrained air of vivacity with which he hearkened, or apparently hearkened, to the words of the tale, I might well have congratulated myself upon the success of my design. I had arrived at that well-known portion of the story where Ethelred, the hero of the tryst, having sought in vain for peaceable admission into the dwelling of the hermit, proceeds to make a good entrance by force. Here, it will be remembered, the words of the narrative run thus. "And Ethelred, who was by nature of a doughty heart, and who was now mighty withal, on account of the powerfulness of the wine which he had drunken, waited no longer to hold parley with the hermit, who, in sooth, was of an obstinate and maliceful turn, but feeling the rain upon his shoulders, and fearing the rising of the tempest, uplifted his mace outright, and, with blows, made quickly room in the plankings of the door for his gauntleted hand, and now, pulling therewith sturdily, he so cracked and ripped and tore all asunder, that the noise of the dry and hollow-sounding wood alarmed and reverberated throughout the forest." At the termination of this sentence, I started and, for a moment, paused, for it appeared to me, although I at once concluded that my excited fancy had deceived me, it appeared to me that from some very remote portion of the mansion there came indistinctly to my ears what might have been, in its exact similarity of character, the echo, but a stifled and dull one, certainly, of the very cracking and ripping sound which Sir Launcelot had so particularly described. It was, beyond doubt, the coincidence alone which had arrested my attention, for, amid the rattling of the sashes of the casements and the ordinary commingled noises of the still increasing storm, the sound in itself had nothing, surely, which should have interested or disturbed me. I continued the story. One sec. But the good champion Ethelred, now entering within the door, was sore enraged, and amazed to perceive no signal of the maliceful hermit, but, in the stead thereof, a dragon of a scaly and prodigious demeanor, and of a fiery tongue, which sat in guard before a palace of gold, with a floor of silver, and upon the wall there hung a shield of shining brass, with this legend enwritten: Who entereth wherein a conqueror hath been, who slayeth the dragon, the shield he shall win. And Ethelred uplifted his mace and struck upon the head of the dragon, which fell before him, and gave up his pasty breath with a shriek so horrid and harsh, and withal so piercing, that Ethelred had fain to close his ears with his hands against the dreadful noise of it, the like whereof was never before heard. Here again I paused abruptly, and now with a feeling of wild amazement, for there could be no doubt whatever that, in this instance, I did actually hear. Although it proceeded, I found it impossible to say. Oh, apologies. Allow me to hold that thought. Hello. Apologies. Hello, welcome raiders. Mari, hello, thank you so much for the raid. Spider-Man, radioactive Spider-Man. Also, Jemmy, feel free to correct me if I'm pronouncing this incorrectly. Jemmy, so 37? I feel like I'm pronouncing that incorrectly, so feel free to correct me. As well as Super Banana Man 9. Thank you so much for the followers. You as well. Jeru 5. Thank you as well for the follow. Welcome to the Spooky Zone. And welcome to Horror Story ASMR. And thank you, Super Banana Man, for the ghoulish headpads. Thank you for redeeming that. Think I've been here before and forgot to follow. I'm so down for Horror Story Thank you for the redeem. Let me go ahead and shout you out, Maury. Thank you so much for the raid. What were you up to this evening? What were you up to? Just some, just chatting? What were you up to? Were you hanging out? Just hanging out, having a pleasant Wednesday evening. Nice cool down from us watching the 90s Spider-Man cartoon. Now I understand the context of the raid message. I remember the 90s Spider-Man cartoon. That's a good watch. However, if you want to watch something that's absolutely so hilariously bad, I would recommend the 60s Spider-Man cartoon. With the awkward animation, bizarre dialogue, and some quite frankly ridiculous scenarios. But thank you so much for the raid, Mari. Raiders, hello. Allow me to introduce myself proper. My name is Sawin. I am a Wraith VTuber and horror content creator. I play a lot of horror and horror adjacent games, and tonight we're bringing back Horror Story ASMR, where I read some particularly terrifying tales of fright. Gonna switch to phone and get some spooky ASMR now. No worries, go on ahead. As far as what else I do, I tend to also have terrifying voice acting, dark wave radio streams, as well as cemetery cinema, where we gather right here on this very Twitch channel and watch some classic horror media. Jeru, hello. Oh, thank you so much for subscribing. Thank you so much for subscribing. Welcome to the Wraith Squad. Enjoy your ad-free experience and your emotes. And thank you for your contribution to the cemetery. And if any of that sounds like something you would be interested in, then lock your doors, turn down the lights, make sure nothing is hiding under your bed. And I hope you have a terrifyingly fun time. Subbed for ad-free during stories. No worries. Absolutely would not want to get these stories interrupted by an ad. Thank you so much for subscribing. We're currently reading Fall of the House of Usher by one Edgar Allan Poe. To kind of recap what we've gone through so far, our character is visiting his old friend, Roderick Usher, whose sister just passed away, and now we're in the middle of a dark and stormy night. Our good friend Usher is in a fit of hysteria, and our protagonist is currently trying to calm him with a particular romance novel as a means of a distraction. Fuck yeah, I love Poe. Same. I have a few stories lined up for tonight's particular session. Tom V787878. Hello. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the spooky zone. Welcome, welcome. Let's see. Here we go. Here we go. Yes, we were in the middle of reading the romance story to our dear friend Usher. Here again, I paused abruptly, and now with a feeling of wild amazement, for there could be no doubt whatever that, in this instance, I did actually hear, although from what direction it proceeded I found it impossible to say, a low and apparently distant but harsh, protracted, and most unusual screaming or grating sound, the exact counterpart of what my fancy had already conjured up for the dragon's unnatural shriek as described by the romancer. Oppressed, as I certainly was, upon the occurrence of this second and most extraordinary coincidence, by 1,000 conflicting sensations in which wonder and extreme terror were predominant, I still retained sufficient presence of mind to avoid exciting, by any observation, the sensitive nervousness of my companion. I was by no means certain that he had noticed the sounds in question, although assuredly a strange alteration had, during the last few minutes, taken place in his demeanor. From a position fronting my own, he had gradually brought round his chair so as to sit with his face to the door of the chamber, and thus I could but partially perceive his features, although I saw that his lips trembled as if he were murmuring inaudibly. His head had dropped upon his breast, yet I knew that he was not asleep, from the wide and rigid opening of the eye as I caught a glance of it in profile. The motion of his body, too, was at variance with this idea, for he rocked from side to side with a gentle yet constant and uniform sway. Having rapidly taken notice of all this, I resumed the narrative of Sir Lancelot, which thus proceeded. And now the champion, having escaped from the terrible fury of the dragon, bethinking himself of the brazen shield and the breaking up of the enchantment which was upon it, removed the carcass from out of the way before him, and approached valorously over the silver pavement of the castle to where the shield was upon the wall, which in sooth tarried not for his full coming, but fell down at his feet upon the silver floor, with a mighty, great, and terrible ringing sound. No sooner had these syllables passed my lips than, as if a shield of brass had indeed, at the moment, fallen heavily upon a floor of silver, I became aware of a distinct, hollow, metallic, and clangorous, yet apparently muffled reverberation. Completely unnerved, I leapt to my feet, but the measured, rocking movement of Usher was undisturbed. I rushed to the chair in which he sat. His eyes were bent fixedly before him, and throughout his whole countenance there reigned a stony rigidity. But as I placed my hand upon his shoulder, there came a strong shudder over his whole person. A sickly smile quivered about his lips, and I saw that he spoke in a low, hurried, and gibbering murmur, as if unconscious of my presence. Bending closely over him, I at length drank in the hideous import of his words. Not hear it? Yes, I hear it, and have heard it. Long, many minutes, many hours, many days have I heard it, yet I dared not. Oh, pity me, miserable wretch that I am. I dared not speak. We have put her living in the tomb. Said I not that my senses were acute? I now tell you that I heard her first feeble movements in the hollow coffin. I heard them many days ago, yet I dared not speak. And now, tonight, Ethelred, the breaking of the hermit's door, and the death cry of the dragon, and the clangor of the shield, say, rather the rending of her coffin, and the grating of the iron hinges of her prison, and her struggles within the coppered archway of the vault. Oh, whither shall I fly? Will she not be here anon? Is she not hurrying to upbraid me for my haste? Have I not heard a footstep on the stair? Do I not distinguish that heavy and horrible beating of her heart? Madman! Here he sprang furiously to his feet and shrieked out his syllables, as if in the effort he were giving up his soul. Madman, I tell you that she now stands without the door. As if in the superhuman energy of his utterance there had been found the potency of a spell, the huge antique panels to which the speaker pointed threw slowly back upon the instant their ponderous and ebony jaws. It was the work of the rushing gust, but then without those doors there did stand the lofty and enshrouded figure of the Lady Madeline of Usher. There was blood upon her white robes, and the evidence of some bitter struggle upon every portion of her emaciated frame. For a moment she remained trembling and reeling to and fro upon the threshold, and then, with a low, moaning cry, fell heavily inward upon the person of her brother, and in her violent and now final death agonies, bore him to the floor a corpse, and the victim to the terrors he had anticipated. Honestly loving this. I love listening to reading. It's crazy, tingling, and relaxing. Epona the Horror is my fave. I'm glad you're enjoying yourself, Jeru. From that chamber and from that mansion I fled aghast. The storm was still abroad in all its wrath as I found myself crossing the old causeway. Suddenly there shot along the path a wild light, and I turned to see whence a gleam so unusual could have issued, for the vast house and its shadows were alone behind me. The radiance was that of the full setting and blood-red moon, which now shone vividly through that once barely discernible fissure of which I have before spoken as extending from the roof of the building in a zigzag direction to the base. While I gazed, this fissure rapidly widened. There came a fierce breath of the whirlwind. The entire orb of the satellite burst at once upon my sight. My brain reeled as I saw the mighty walls rushing asunder. There was a long, tumultuous shouting sound, like the voice of 1,000 waters, and the deep and dank tarn at my feet closed sullenly and silently over the fragments of the House of Usher. Thank you so much. A particularly frightening tale of the destruction of a family line. A brother gone mad with grief. A sister buried prematurely as a result of her malady. Truly the stuff of nightmares. Hope you all enjoyed that particular tale. How's everyone doing so far? How's everyone holding up? Not too scared, are you? Keeping your courage intact, I hope. Careful. The ghosts are becoming more active. They're being drawn in by the tales. Don't be, it's okay. Don't worry. They won't harm you. As long as I continue with the stories, at the very least. Don't worry. Well, when we're finished here for the evening, I will make sure to bid them well and allow them to return to their final resting places. So you don't have to worry about them following you out. Let's see. We got 3 other stories. Well, that particular tale actually did take a bit longer than I expected, but it's fine. We got a couple of shorter stories that we can read. I got a couple other shorter tales to read through. Let's see here. Let me check one first. This one is okay. Not as long. Okay. Not as long as I thought. I'm just checking to make sure. Because I gotta make sure to keep our stream time into consideration, you know? Okay. Let's see. Okay. It's getting even colder out here now. We're getting into the deeper parts of the evening, so make sure you're wrapped up in your favorite blanket. And don't be ashamed if you have to hold on to something if you're getting particularly frightened by these stories, I won't hold it against you. After all, if you're here, that means you're looking for a good scare. And I'm more than willing to deliver on that. Let's go ahead and move on to our second tale of the evening. This one is called The Vengeance of a Tree by Eleanor F. Lewis. And this is from a ghost story anthology book. 25 ghost stories compiled and edited by W. Bob Holland. Let's go ahead and read this one. Through the windows of Jim Daly's saloon, in the little town of C, the setting sun streamed in yellow patches. The lighting up the glasses scattered on the tables and the faces of several men who were gathered near the bar. Farmers mostly they were, with a sprinkling of shopkeepers, while prominent among them was the village editor, and all were discussing a startling piece of news that had spread through the town and its surroundings. The tidings that Walter Stedman, a laborer on Albert Kelsey's ranch, had assaulted and murdered his employer's daughter had reached them and had spread universal horror among the people. A farmer declared that he had seen the deed committed as he walked through a neighboring lane and, having always been noted for his cowardice, instead of running to the girl's aid, had hailed a party of miners who were returning from their midday meal through a field nearby. When they reached the spot, however, where Stedman, as they supposed, had done his black deed, only the girl lay there in the stillness of death. Her murderer had taken the opportunity to fly. The party had searched the woods of the Kelsey estate, and just as they were nearing the house itself, the appearance of Walter Stedman, walking in a strangely unsteady manner toward it, made them quicken their pace. He was soon in custody, although he had protested his innocence of the crime. He said that he had just seen the body himself on his way to the station, and that when they had found him, he was going to the house for help. But they had laughed at his story and had flung him into the tiny, stifling calaboose of the town. What were their proofs? Walter Stedman, a young fellow of about 26, had come from the city to their quiet town just when times were at their hardest in search of work. The most of the men living in the town were honest fellows, doing their work faithfully when they could get it, and when they had socially asked Stedman to have a drink with them, he had refused in rather a scornful manner. That infernal city chap, he was called, and their hate and envy increased in strength when Albert Kesley had employed him in preference to any of themselves. As time went on, the story of Stedman's admiration for Margaret Kelsey had gone afloat, with the added information that his employer's daughter had repulsed him, saying that she would not marry a common laborer. So Stedman, when this news reached his employer's ears, was discharged, and this then was his revenge. For them, these proofs were sufficient to pronounce him guilty. Yet that afternoon, as Stedman crouched on the floor of the calaboose, grew hopeless in the knowledge that no one would believe his story and that his undeserved punishment would be swift and sure, a tramp, boarding a freight car several miles from the town, sped away from the spot where his crime had been committed, and knew that forever its shadow would follow him. The gossiping townspeople had misconstrued this romance, and when Albert Kelsey had heard of this clandestine meeting from the man who was later on to appear as the leader of the mob, and that he had discharge Stedman, they had believed that the young man had formally proposed and had been rejected. But justice had gone wrong, as it had done innumerable times before, and will again. An innocent man was to be hanged, even without the comfort of a trial, while the man who was guilty was free to wander where he would. Red, hello. How are you doing? Lovely Red. Welcome, welcome. I fucked up the eyes. No worries, no worries. They're a bit interchangeable. So, feel free to play with those as you wish. How you doing, Red? Thank you so much for swinging on by. Happy hauntings. And I hope you're having a terrifyingly pleasant time zone. We're currently in the middle of a tale called, let's see, this was The Vengeance of the Tree. We're getting to it. This is an interesting tale so far. A man that supposedly is being framed for a crime that he did not commit by a town that is vehemently distrustful of him. Oh, that's as a terrifying combination of emotes there. That is an appropriately terrifying combination of emotes. Wraith boss. There you go. What was the phrase I was thinking about the other day? Ah, I see. Gaslight, gatekeep, ghoul boss. That's the phrase I was thinking about. Seemed appropriate, at the very least. Let us continue with this tale. That autumn night, the darkness came quickly, and only the stars did their best to light the scene. A body of men, all masked, and having as a leader one who had ever since Stedman's arrival in town cherished a secret hatred of the young man, dragged Stedman from the calaboose and tramped through the town, defying even God himself. Along the highway and into Farmer Brown's crosscut, they went vigilantly, guarding their prisoner, who, with the lanterns lighting up his haggard face, walked among them with the lagging step of utter hopelessness. "That's a good tree," their leader said, presently stopping and pointing out a spreading oak. When the slipknot was adjusted and Stedman had stepped on the box, he added, "If you've got anything to say, you'd better say it now." "I'm innocent, I swear before God," the doomed man answered. "I never took the life of Margaret Kelsey." "Give us your proof," jeered the leader, and when Stedman kept a despairing silence, he laughed shortly. "Ready, men?" he gave the order. The box was kicked aside, and then only a writhing body swung to and fro in the gloom. In front of the men stood their leader, watching the contortions of the body with silent glee. "I'll tell you a secret, boys," he said suddenly. "I was after that poor murdered girl myself." Some of the words are crossed out here, which is unusual. I wonder if they're having troubles finding the correct words that fill those places. A D, little chance I had, but by blank, he had just as little. A pause, then he's shunted this earth. Apologies. He's shunted this earth. Cut him down, you fellows. It's no use, son. I'll give up the blasted thing as a bad job. There's something queer about that there tree. Do you see how its branches balance it? I'm assuming this is a time skip. We have cut the trunk nearly in two, but it won't come down. There's plenty of others around. We'll take one of them. If I'd a long rope with me, I'd get that tree down, and yet the way the thing stands, it would be risking a fellow's life to climb it. It's got the devil in it, sure. So old Farmer Brown shouldered his axe and made for another tree, his son following. They had sawed and chopped and chopped and sawed, and yet the tall white oak, with its branches just jutting out almost as regularly as if done by the work of a machine, stood straight and firm. Farmer Brown, well known for his weak, cowardly spirit, who in beholding the murder of Albert Kelsey's daughter, had in his fright mistaken the criminal, now in his superstition let the oak stand, because its well-balanced position saved it from falling, when other trees would have been down. And so this tree, the same one to which an innocent man had been hanged, was left for other work. It was a bleak, rainy night, such a night as can be found only in Central California. The wind howled like 1,000 demons and lashed the trees together in wild embraces. Now and then the weird hoots of an owl came softly from the distance in the lulls of the storm, while the barking of coyotes woke the echoes of the hills into sounds like fiendish laughter. In the wind and rain, a man fought his path through the bush and into Farmer Brown's crosscut as the shortest way home. Suddenly he stopped, trembling, as if held by some unseen impulse. Before him rose the white oak, wavering and swaying in the storm. "Good God! It's the tree I swung Stedman from!" he cried, and a strange fear thrilled him. "I want to boop that snoot." Feel free to try, although I don't really have much of a snoot to boot. Be careful, though.
I may respond in a particularly frightful manner.
Pinky the Demon, hello. How you doing? Thank you so much for swinging on by. Happy hauntings, and I hope you're having a terrifyingly pleasant time zone. I see this is your first time here. Welcome, welcome. We're reading some horror stories, so get comfortable.
A new mortal has found the
thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the Spooky Zone. I missed the comment and thought it was part of the story and got so confused. My apologies. I'll try to be mindful about. I'll be mindful about breaking from the story to read chats. I try to wait until the end of a paragraph to get caught up on what's going on in chat. I'll be more mindful about it so that as to not cause any confusion. I'm a demon. This is comfy zone. Then you're in the right place. Now let's continue. Let's see. The tree that an innocent man was hung on, has been approached by someone that would seem to have been involved in the hanging. His eyes were fixed on it, held by some undefinable fascination. Yes, there on one of the longest branches, a small piece of rope still dangled, and then to the murderer's excited vision, this rope seemed to lengthen, to form at the end into a slip knot, a knot that encircled a purple neck, while below it writhed and swayed the body of a man. "Damn him," he muttered, starting toward the hanging form, as if about to help the rope in its work of strangulation. "Will he forever follow me? And yet he deserved it. He deserved it. The black-hearted villain. He took her life." He never finished the sentence. The white oak, towering above him in its strength, seemed to grow like a frenzied living creature. There was a sudden splitting sound. Then came a crash, and under the fallen tree lay Stedman's murderer, crushed and mangled. From between the broken trunk and the stump that was left, a gray, dim shape sprang out and sped past the man's still form, away into the wild blackness of the night. So, a man framed for murder ends up getting his revenge in the end. So I believe what transpired is the actual murderer, in his great disdain for the newcomer to the town and unwarranted hatred for this stranger that rode on in from out of nowhere, simply looking for work, performed a dastardly crime and pinned it on the poor man. And it took a while, but karma has a way of finding its way back to those it has disdain for. Let's just say what goes around comes around. Stedman is more than welcome at the cemetery. The person that murdered him, however, is not. And if for whatever reason that murderer were to find his way over to the cemetery,
Let's just say he'll be promptly removed.
Hope you all enjoyed that story. It was a shorter one, but definitely an interesting tale for sure. A particularly frightening tale of revenge. How is everyone doing so far this evening? Hope you're all doing well. Not too scared? Or is that what you're looking for? Or are you looking for even more frights? Well, we still have 2 stories on hand. Still have 2 stories. Doing well. The stories are good. More frights, please. Oh, absolutely. One sec. There we go. Let's see. There we go. Our next story for the evening is a tale called The Haunted and the Haunters, or The House and the Brain, written by one Sir Edward Bulwer Lytton. Let's go ahead and get started. A friend of mine who is a man of letters and a philosopher, said to me one day, as if between jest and earnest, "Fancy, since we last met, I've discovered a haunted house in the midst of London." "Really haunted? And by what? Ghosts?" "Well, I can't answer these questions. All I know is this. 6 weeks ago, I and my wife were in search of a furnished apartment, passing a quiet street, we saw on the window of one of the houses a bill, apartments furnished. The situation suited us. We entered the house, liked the rooms, engaged them by the week, and left them the third day. No power on earth could have reconciled my wife to stay longer, and I don't wonder at it. What did you see? Excuse me, I have no desire to be ridiculed as a superstitious dreamer. Nor, on the other hand, could I ask you to accept on my affirmation what you would hold to be incredible without the evidence of your own senses. Let me only say this. It was not so much what we saw or heard, in which you might fairly suppose that we were the dupes of our own excited fancy, or the victims of imposture in others, that drove us away, as it was an undefinable terror which seized both of us whenever we passed by the door of a certain unfurnished room, in which we neither saw nor heard anything. And the strangest marvel of all was that for once in my life I agreed with my wife, silly woman though she be, and allowed, after the third night, that it was impossible to stay a fourth in that house. Accordingly, on the fourth morning, I summoned the woman who kept the house and attended on us, and told her that the rooms did not quite suit us, and we would not stay out our week. She said dryly, "I know why. You have stayed longer than any other lodger. Few ever stayed a second night, none before you a third. But I take it they have been very kind to you." "They who?" I asked, affecting a smile. "Why, they who haunt the house, whoever they are. I don't mind them. I remember them many years ago when I lived in this house, not as a servant, but I know they will be the death of me someday. I don't care. I'm old and must die soon anyhow, and then I shall be with them in this house still." The woman spoke with so dreary a calmness that really it was a sort of awe that prevented my conversing with her father. I paid for my week, and too happy were I and my wife to get off so cheaply. "You excite my curiosity," said I. Nothing I should like better than to sleep in a haunted house. Pray, give me the address of the one which you left so ignominiously. That is a word. Ignominiously. There we go. My apologies. My friend gave me the address, and when we parted, I walked straight towards the house, thus indicated. It is situated on the north side of Oxford Street, in a dull but respectable thoroughfare. I found the house shut up, no bill at the window, and no response to my knock. As I was turning away, a beer boy collecting pewter pots at the neighboring areas said to me, Do you want anyone in that house, sir?" "Yes, I heard it was to let." "Let? Why, the woman who kept it is dead. Has been dead these 3 weeks, and no one can be found to stay there. Though Mr. J, I offered ever so much. He offered mother, who shars for him, £1 a week just to open and shut the windows, and she would not." "Would not? And why?" "The house is haunted, and the old woman who kept it was found dead in her bed, with her eyes wide open. They say the devil strangled her." "Pooh, you speak of Mr. J. Is he the owner of the house?" "Yes." "Where does he live?" "In G Street." "No." I think I see what is happening here. They seem to be censoring certain names, possibly for... wonder to avoid certain associations. I wonder if it might be just the version that I'm reading. We will make do. We will make do. What is he? In any business? No, sir. Nothing particular. A single gentleman. I gave the potboy the gratuity earned by his liberal information and proceeded to Mr. J in G Street, which was close by the street that boasted the haunted house. I was lucky enough to find Mr. J at home, an elderly man with intelligent countenance and prepossessing manners. I communicated my name and my business frankly. I said I heard the house was considered to be haunted, that I had a strong desire to examine a house with so equivocal of reputation, that I should be greatly obliged if he would allow me to hire it, though only for a night. I was willing to pay for that privilege whatever he might be inclined to ask.
Sir,
Said Mr. J, with great courtesy,
the house is at your service, for as long or as short a time as you please. Rent is out of the question. The obligation will be on my side, should you be able to discover the cause of the strange phenomena which at present deprive it of all value. I cannot let it, for I cannot even get a servant to keep it in order or answer the door. Unluckily, the house is haunted, if I may use that expression, not only by night, but by day, though at night the disturbances are of a more unpleasant and sometimes of a more alarming character. The poor old woman who died in it 3 weeks ago was a pauper whom I took out of a workhouse, for in her childhood she had been known to some of my family, and had once been in such good circumstances that she had rented that house of my uncle. She was a woman of superior education and strong mind, and was the only person I could ever induce to remain in the house. Indeed, since her death, which was sudden, and the coroner's inquest, which gave it a notoriety in the neighborhood, I have so despaired to find any person to take charge of it, much more a tenant, than I would willingly let it rent free for a year to anyone who would pay its rates and taxes. How long is it since the house acquired this sinister character? That I can scarcely tell you, but very many years since. The old woman I spoke of said it was haunted when she rented it between 30 and 40 years ago. The fact is that my life has been spent in the East Indies and in the civil service of the company. I returned to England last year on inheriting the fortune of an uncle, amongst whose possessions was the house in question. I found it shut up and uninhabited. I was told that it was haunted, that no one would inhabit it. I smiled at what seemed to me so idle a story. I spent some money in repainting and roofing it, added to its old-fashioned furniture a few modern articles, advertised it, and obtained a lodger for a year. He was a colonel, retired on half pay. He came in with his family, a son and a daughter, and 4 or 5 servants. They all left the house the next day, and although they deponed that they had all seen something different, that something was equally terrible to all, I really could not in conscience sue or even blame the colonel for breach of agreement. Then I put in the old woman I have spoken of, and she was empowered to let the house and apartments. I never had one lodger who stayed more than 3 days. I do not tell you their stories. To no 2 lodgers have there been exactly the same phenomena repeated. It is better that you should judge for yourself than enter the house with an imagination influenced by previous narratives. Only be prepared to see and to hear something or other, and take whatever precautions you yourself please. Have you never had a curiosity yourself to pass a night in that house? Yes, I passed not a night, but 3 hours in broad daylight alone in that house. My curiosity is not satisfied, but it is quenched. I have no desire to renew the experiment. You cannot complain, you see, sir, that I am not sufficiently candid, and unless your interest be exceedingly eager and your nerves unusually strong, I honestly add that I advise you not to pass a night in that house.
My interest is exceedingly keen, said I, and though only a coward will boast of his nerves in situations wholly unfamiliar to him, yet my nerves have been seasoned in such variety of danger that I have the right to rely on them, even in a haunted house. Mr. J said very little more. He took the keys of the house out of his bureau, gave them to me, and thanking him cordially for his frankness and his urbane concession to my wish, I carried off my prize. Impatient for the experiment, as soon as I reached home, I summoned my confidential servant, a young man of gay spirits, fearless temper, and as free from superstitious prejudice as anyone I could think of. Again, the names seem to be censored here. F, said I, you remember in Germany how disappointed we were at not finding a ghost in that old castle, which was said to be haunted by a headless apparition? Well, I have heard of a house in London, which, I have reason to hope, is decidedly haunted. I mean to sleep there tonight. From what I hear, there is no doubt that something will allow itself to be seen or to be heard. Something, perhaps, excessively horrible. Do you think, if I take you with me, I may rely on your presence of mind, whatever may happen?
Oh, sir, pray trust me, answered F, grinning with delight.
Very well, then here are the keys of the house. This is the address. Go now. Select for me any bedroom you please, and since the house has not been inhabited for weeks, make up a good fire. Air the bed well. See, of course, that there are candles as well as fuel. Take with you my revolver and my dagger. So much for my weapons. Arm yourself equally well, and if we are not a match for a dozen ghosts, we shall be but a sorry couple of Englishmen. I was engaged for the rest of the day on business so urgent that I had not leisure to think much on the nocturnal adventure to which I had plighted my honor. I dined alone, and very late, and while dining, read, as is my habit. The volume I selected was one of Macaulay's essays. I thought to myself that I would take the book with me. There was so much of a healthfulness in the style and practical life in the subjects that it would serve as an antidote against the influences of superstitious fancy. Accordingly, about 9:30, I put the book into my pocket and strolled leisurely towards the haunted house. I took with me a favorite dog, an exceedingly sharp, bold, and vigilant bull terrier, a dog fond of prowling about strange ghostly corners and passages at night in search of rats, a dog of dogs for a ghost. If F dies, can we press F to pay respects? You have full permission to go ahead and press F to pay respects. In fact, there's even a follower emote that you can utilize if such an occasion were to happen. So feel free to use that at your own perusal. Let's see. Here we go. It was a summer night, but chilly, the sky somewhat gloomy and overcast. Still, there was a moon, faint and sickly, but still a moon, and if the clouds permitted, after midnight it would be brighter. I reached the house, knocked, and my servant opened with a cheerful smile.
All right, sir, and very comfortable.
Oh, said I, rather disappointed. Have you not seen or heard anything remarkable?
Well, sir, I must have owned I have heard something queer.
Wait, what?
The sound of feet pattering behind me, and once or twice small noises like whispers close at my ear. Nothing more.
You are not at all frightened.
Aye, Not a bit of it, sir. And the man's bold look reassured me on one point.
Yeah, excuse me. And the man's bold look reassured me on one point, viz., that happen what might, he would not desert me. Sorry, that was a bizarre sentence. Exactly, the sound of queer feet. It's not even pride. It might be pride. The ghosts are having their own pride parade. Could very well be that. A little early for pride season, but hey. We were in the hall, the street door closed, and my attention was now drawn to my dog. He had at first ran in eagerly enough, but had sneaked back to the door and was scratching and whining to get out. After patting him on the head and encouraging him gently, the dog seemed to reconcile himself to the situation and followed me and F through the house, but keeping close at my heels instead of hurrying inquisitively in advance, which was his usual and normal habit in all strange places. We first visited the subterranean apartments, the kitchen and other offices, and especially the cellars, in which last there were 2 or 3 bottles of wine still left in a bin, covered with cobwebs, and evidently, by their appearance, undisturbed for many years. It was clear that the ghosts were not wine bibbers. For the rest, we discovered nothing of interest. It was a gloomy little backyard with very high walls. The stones of this yard were very damp, and what with the damp, and what with the dust and smoke grime on the pavement, our feet left a slight impression where we passed. And now appeared the first strange phenomenon witnessed by myself in this strange abode. I saw, just before me, the print of a foot suddenly form itself, as it were. I stopped, caught hold of my servant, and pointed to it. In advance of the footprint, as suddenly dropped another. We both saw it. I advanced quickly to the place. The footprint kept advancing before me. A small footprint. The foot of a child. The impression was too faint thoroughly to distinguish the shape, but it seemed to both that it was the print of a naked foot. This phenomenon ceased when we arrived at the opposite wall, nor did it repeat itself upon returning. We remounted the stairs and entered their rooms on the ground floor, a dining parlor, a small back parlor, and a still smaller third room that had been probably appropriated to a footman, all still as death. We then visited the drawing rooms, which seemed fresh and new. In the front room, I seated myself in an armchair. F placed on the table the candlestick with which he had lighted us. I told him to shut the door. As he turned to do so, a chair opposite to me moved from the wall quickly and noiselessly and dropped itself about a yard from my own chair, immediately fronting it. "Why, this is better than the turning tables," said I, with a half laugh, and as I laughed, my dog put back his head and howled. F, coming back, had not observed the movement of the chair. He employed himself now in stilling the dog. I continued to gaze on the chair and fancied I saw on it a pale blue, misty outline of a human figure, but an outline so indistinct that I could only distrust my own vision. The dog now was quiet. "Put back that chair opposite me," said I to F. "Put it back to the wall." F obeyed.
Was that you, sir?
Said he, turning abruptly. What?
Why, something struck me. I felt it sharply on the shoulder, just here.
"No," said I, "but we have jugglers present, and though we may not discover their tricks, we shall catch them before they frighten us." "Hoodlum Crabs, hello, how are you doing?" Am exhausted? Read me to slumber, please. No worries, crabs. Appreciate you swinging on by. And no worries, enjoy your lurk. Happy hauntings, rest well, and pleasant nightmares. Let's see. We are actually starting to get a little bit of an escalation in the haunts in this particularly haunted mansion. We did not stay long in the drawing rooms. In fact, they felt so damp and so chilly that I was glad to get to the fire upstairs. We locked the doors of the drawing rooms, a precaution which, I should observe, we had taken with all the rooms we had searched below. The bedroom my servant had selected for me was the best on the floor, a large one with 2 windows fronting the street. The 4-posted bed, which took up no inconsiderable space, was opposed to the fire, which burned clear and bright. A door in the wall to the left, between the bed and the window, communicated with the room which my servant appropriated to himself. One moment, please. Here we go. Alright. My apologies. Gotta stay hydrated. This last was a small room with a sofa bed and had no communication with the landing place. No other door but that which conducted to the bedroom I was to occupy. On either side of my fireplace was a cupboard without locks, flushed with the wall and covered with the same dull brown paper. We examined these cupboards. Only hooks to suspend female dresses, nothing else. We sounded the walls, evidently solid, the outer walls of the building. Having finished the survey of these apartments, warmed myself a few moments, and I lighted my cigar. I then, still accompanied by F, went forth to complete my reconnoitre. In the landing place there was another door. It was closed firmly.
Sir,
Said my servant in surprise.
I unlocked this door with all the others when I first came. It cannot have got locked from the inside, for it is a...
Pardon me. Before he had finished his sentence, the door, which neither of us was then touching, opened quietly of itself. We looked at each other a single instant. The same thought seized both. Some human agency might be detected here. I rushed in first. My servant followed. A small, blank, dreary room without furniture. A few empty boxes and hampers in the corner. A small window. The shutters closed. Not even a fireplace. No other door but that which we had entered. No carpet on the floor, and the floor seemed very old, uneven, worm-eaten, mended here and there, as was shown by the wider patches on the wood, but no living being, and no visible place in which a living being could have hidden. As we stood gazing around, the door by which we had entered closely as quietly as it had before opened. We were imprisoned. For the first time, I felt a creep of undefinable horror. Not so my servant. Why?
They don't think to trap us here, sir. I could break that trumpery door with a kick of my foot.
Try first if it will open to your hand, said I, shaking off the vague apprehension that had seized me, while I open the shutters and see what is without. I unbarred the shutters. The window looked on the little backyard I have before described. There was no ledge without, nothing without sheer descent. No man getting out of that window would have found any footing till he had fallen on the stones below. F, meanwhile, was vainly attempting to open the door. He now turned round to me and asked my permission to use force. and I should here state, in justice to the servant, that, far from evincing any superstitious terrors, his nerve, composure, and even gaiety amidst circumstances so extraordinary compelled my admiration, and made me congratulate myself on having secured a companion in every way fitted to the occasion. I willingly, get myself a little comfortable here. Let's just cool it down really quick. Bumped my microphone. My apologies. Where was I? There we go. I willingly gave him the permission he required, but though he was a remarkably strong man, his force was as idle as his milder efforts. The door did not even shake to his stoutest kick. Breathless and panting, he desisted. I then tried the door myself, equally in vain. As I ceased from the effort, again that creep of horror came over me, but this time it was more cold and stubborn. I felt as if some strange and ghastly exhalation were rising up from the chinks of that rugged floor and filling the atmosphere with a venomous influence hostile to human life. The door now very slowly and quietly opened as of its own accord. We precipitated ourselves into the landing space. We both saw a large pale light, as large as the human figure, but shapeless and unsubstantial, move before us and ascend the stairs that led from the landing to the attics. I followed the light, and my servant followed me. It entered, to the right of the landing, a small garret of which the door stood open. I entered in the same instant. The light then collapsed into a small globule, exceedingly brilliant and vivid, rested a moment on a bed in the corner, quivered and vanished. We approached the bed and examined it. A half-tester, such as is commonly found in attics devoted to servants. On the drawers that stood near it, we perceived an old-fashioned silk kerchief, with the needle still left in a rent, half repaired. The kerchief was covered with dust. Probably it had belonged to the old woman who had last died in that house, and this might have been her sleeping room. I had sufficient curiosity to open the drawers. There were a few odds and ends of female dress, and 2 letters tied round with a narrow ribbon of faded yellow. I took the liberty to possess myself of the letters. We found nothing else in the room worth noticing, nor did the light reappear, but we distinctly heard, as we turned to go, a pattering footfall on the floor just before us. We went through the other attics in all 4, the footfall still preceding us. Nothing to be seen, nothing but the footfall heard. I had the letters in my hand. Just as I was descending the stairs, I distinctly felt my wrist seized, and a faint, soft effort made to draw the letters from my clasp. I only held them more tightly, and the effort ceased. We regained the bedchamber appropriated to myself, and I then remarked that my dog had not followed us when we had left it. He was thrusting himself close to the fire, trembling. I was impatient to examine the letters, and while I read them, my servant opened the little box in which he had deposited the weapons I had ordered him to bring, took them out, placed them on a table close up my bedhead, and then occupied himself in soothing the dog, who, however, seemed to heed him very little. The letters were short. They were dated. The dates exactly 35 years ago. They were evidently from a lover to his mistress, or a husband to some young wife. Not only the terms of expression, but a distinct reference to a former voyage indicated the writer to have been a seafarer. The spelling and handwriting were those of a man imperfectly educated, but still the language itself was forcible. In the expressions of endearment, there was a kind of rough, wild love, but here and there were dark, intelligible hints at some secret not of love, some secret that seemed of crime. We ought to love each other as was one of the sentences I remember, for how everyone else would execrate us if all was known. Again, don't let anyone be in the same room with you at night. You talk in your sleep. And again, what's done can't be undone. And I tell you, there's nothing against us unless the dead could come to life. Here, there was underlined in the better handwriting of females, they do. At the end of the letter, latest in date, the same female hand had written these words: lost at sea, the 4th of June, the same day as. I put down the letters and began to muse over their contents. Fearing, however, that the train of thought into which I fell might unsteady my nerves, I fully determined to keep my mind in a fit state to cope with whatever of marvelous the advancing night might bring forth. I roused myself, laid the letters on the table, stirred up the fire, which was still bright and cheering, and opened my volume of Macaulay. I read quietly enough till about 11:30. I then threw myself, dressed upon the bed, and told my servant he might retire to his own room, but must keep himself awake. I bade him leave open the door between the 2 rooms. Thus alone, I kept 2 candles burning on the table by my bedhead. I placed my watch beside the weapons, and calmly resumed my Macaulay. Words. Opposite to me, the fire burned clear, and on the hearth rug, seemingly asleep, lay the dog. In about 20 minutes, I felt an exceedingly cold air pass by my cheek, like a sudden drought. I fancied the door to my right, communicating with the landing place, must have got open. But no, it was closed. I then turned my glance to my left and saw the flame of the candles violently swayed as by a wind. At the same moment, the watch beside the revolver softly slid from the table. Softly. No visible hand. It was gone. I sprang up, seizing the revolver with one hand, the dagger with the other. I was not willing that my weapons should share the fate of the watch. Thus armed, I looked around the floor. No sign of the watch. 3 slow, loud, distinct knocks were now heard at the bedhead. My servant called out,
Is that you, sir?
No. Be on your guard. I am back, needed to grab more booze. My roommates are making dinner, and I convinced them to make me some as well. Ooh. That sounds really good. Are they making their own stuff, out of curiosity? I only have water with me, unfortunately. Burritos. Okay. I thought you were referring to that they were making you some of the booze, of which would you be willing to share? I'm a whiskey fan myself. Burritos are also very delicious. Lovely. Always good to have burritos. Let's continue. The dog now roused himself and sat on his haunches, his ears moving quickly backwards and forwards. He kept his eyes fixed on me with a look so strange that he concentrated all my attention on himself. Slowly he rose up, all his hair bristling, and stood perfectly rigid, and with the same wild stare. I had no time, however, to examine the dog. Presently, my servant emerged from his room, and if I ever saw horror in the human face, it was then. I should not have recognized him had we met in the streets, so altered was his every lineament. He passed by me quickly, saying in a whisper that seemed scarcely to come from his lips, "Run! Run! It is after me! He gained the door to the landing, pulled it open, and rushed forth. I followed him into the landing involuntarily, calling him to stop, but without heeding me, he bounded down the stairs, clinging to the balusters and taking several steps at a time. I heard where I stood the street door open, heard it again clap to. I was left alone in the haunted house. It was but for a moment that I remained undecided whether or not to follow my servant. Pride and curiosity alike forbade so dastardly a flight. I re-entered my room, closing the door after me, and proceeded cautiously into the interior chamber. I encountered nothing to justify my servant's terror.
A new mortal
I
has
again
found the
carefully examined
cemetery.
the walls to see if
Enjoy
there
your
were any
sway.
concealed door. I could find no trace of one, not even a seam in the dull brown paper with which the room was hung. How then had the thing, whatever it was, which had so scared him, obtained ingress except through my own chamber? I returned to my room, shut and locked the door that opened upon the interior one, and stood on the hearth, expectant and prepared. I now perceived that the dog had slunk into an angle of the wall, and was pressing himself close against it, as if literally trying to force his way into it. I approached the animal and spoke to it. The poor brute was evidently beside itself with terror. It showed all its teeth, the slaver dropping from its jaws, and would certainly have bitten me if I had touched it. It did not seem to recognize me. Whoever has seen at the zoological gardens a rabbit fascinated by a serpent, cowering in a corner, may form some idea of the anguish which the dog exhibited. Fighting all efforts to soothe the animal in vain, and fearing that his bite might be as venomous in that state as if in the madness of hydrophobia, I left him alone, placed my weapons on the table beside the fire, seated myself, and recommenced my Macaulay. Shells1143, hello, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the spooky zone. How you doing? Thank you so much for the follow. One of my roommates likes to buy $60 to $100 bottles of whiskey, and we take shots every Wednesday morning once we're off work. Ah, a wonderful ritual. A very wonderful ritual. That has to be some pretty good whiskey for the bottles to cost that much. I'm a fan of whiskey myself, but $60 to $100 for a bottle, a little rich for my blood. Well, I don't really have any blood, but you get the idea. Wednesday morning, this is the start of our weekend. It is an interesting spot to start a weekend. It actually is kind of beneficial because that means you can run your errands without having to worry about too much traffic. Have to live together because shit is expensive. Oh yeah, I know that feel. Everything is expensive these days. Everything is expensive these days. Where was I? Let's see. Alright. Let's continue. Since we split costs, we have money to spare since we live together. Both of us almost make enough to live on our own. I've been looking around, like, above VTuber Kayfabe. I've been trying to find a place of my own lately, and it's on the rough side. It is on the rough side. It's hard to find an affordable place these days. With the housing market is not in a good spot right now, but hopefully things will even out soon. Alright, let us continue the story. Perhaps in order to not to appear seeking credit for a courage, or rather a coolness, which the reader may conceive I exaggerate, I may be pardoned if I pause to indulge in one or two egotistical remarks. As I hold presence of mind, or what is called courage, to be precisely proportioned to familiarity with the circumstance that led to it, so I should say that I had been long sufficiently familiar with all experiments that appertained to the marvelous. I had witnessed many very extraordinary phenomena in various parts of the world. Phenomena that would be either totally disbelieved if I stated them, or ascribed to supernatural agencies. Now, my theory is that the supernatural is the impossible, and that which is called supernatural only is something in the laws of nature of which we have been hitherto ignorant. Therefore, if a ghost rises before me, I have not the right to say, "So then, the supernatural is possible," but rather, "So then, the apparition of a ghost is, contrary to received opinion, within the laws of nature, i.e., not supernatural." Now, in all that I hitherto witnessed, and indeed in all the wonders which the amateurs of mystery in our age record as facts, a material living agency is always required. On the continent you will find still magicians who assert that they can raise spirits. Assume for the moment that they assert truly, still the living material form of the magician is present, and he is the material agency by which, from some constitutional peculiarities, certain strange phenomena are represented to your natural senses. Accept again as truthful tales of spirit manifestation in America, musical or other sounds, writings on paper produced by no discernible hand, articles of furniture moved without apparent human agency, or the actual sight and touch of hands to which no bodies seem to belong. Still there must be found the medium or living being with constitutional peculiarities capable of obtaining these signs. In fine, in all such marvels, supposing even that there is no impostor, there must be a human being like ourselves by whom, or through whom, the effects presented to human beings are produced. It is so with the now familiar phenomena of mesmerism or electrobiology. The mind of the person operated on is affected through a material living agent, nor, supposing it true that a mesmerized patient can respond to the will or passes of a mesmerizer 100 miles distant, is the response less occasioned by a material being. It may be through a material fluid, call it electric, call it odic, call it what you will, which has the power of traversing space and passing obstacles, that the material effect is communicated from one to the other. Hence all that I had hitherto witnessed, or expected to witness in this strange house, I believed to be occasioned through some agency or medium as mortal as myself, and this idea necessarily prevented the awe with which those who regard as supernatural beings that are not within the ordinary operations of nature might have been impressed by the adventures of that memorable night. Fuck yeah, horror stories. Hello, Imp. How you doing? Thank you so much for swinging on by. Happy hauntings, and I hope you're having a terrifyingly pleasant time zone. How are you doing? And yeah, we are on our third horror story of the evening, and it is currently reaching a bit of a crescendo as this house that very few people have been able to live in for more than a day is very much haunted. Try to avoid breaking down here. Yaru, thank you so much for 5 gifted subs to the community. I'm trying very hard to keep my tone right now. I don't want to break the ASMR. Thank you so much for 5 gifted subs. Holy shit. The timing of that laugh. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Keep reading, please. No worries, no worries. I just want to say thanks for gifting those subs. And hey, we hit our monthly sub goal. Fuck yeah, let's go. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. It means so much. Alright, let us go ahead. Let us continue on with the story. Where was I? Here we go. As then, it was by conjecture that all that was presented, or would be presented to my senses, must originate in some human being gifted by constitution with the power so to present them, and having some motive so to do. I felt an interest in my theory, which, in its way, was rather philosophical than superstitious, and I can sincerely say that I was in as tranquil a temper for observation as any practical experimentalist could be in awaiting the effects of some rare, though perhaps perilous, chemical combination. Of course, the more I kept my mind detached from fancy, the more the temper fitted for observation would be obtained, and I therefore riveted eye and thought on the strong daylight sense in the page of my Macaulay. I now became aware that something interposed between the page and the light. The page was overshadowed. I looked up, and I saw that what I shall find it very difficult, perhaps impossible, to describe. It was a darkness shaping itself out of the air in very undefined outline. I cannot say it was of a human form, and yet it had more resemblance to a human form, or rather shadow, than anything else. As it stood wholly apart and distinct from the air and the light around it, its dimensions seemed gigantic, the summit nearly touching the ceiling. While I gazed, a feeling of intense cold seized me. An iceberg before me could not more have chilled me, nor could the cold of an iceberg have been more purely physical. I feel convinced that it was not the cold caused by fear. As I continued to gaze, I thought, but this I cannot say with precision, that I distinguished 2 eyes looking down on me from the height. One moment I seemed to distinguish them clearly, the next they seemed gone, but still 2 rays of a pale blue light frequently shot through the darkness, as from the height on which I half believed, half doubted that I had encountered the eyes. I strove to speak. My voice utterly failed me. I could only think to myself, is this fear? It is not fear. I strove to rise in vain. I felt as if weighed down by an irrepressible force. Indeed, my impression was that of an immense and overwhelming power opposed to my volition, that sense of utter inadequacy to cope with a force beyond men's, which one may feel physically in a storm at sea, in a conflagration, or when confronting some terrible wild beast, or rather perhaps the shark of the ocean. I felt morally opposed to my will was another will, as far superior as its strength as storm, fire, and shark are superior in material force to the force of men. And now, as this impression grew on me, now came at last horror. Horror to a degree that no words can convey. Still I retained pride, if not courage, and in my own mind I said, "This is horror, but it is not fear. Unless I fear, I cannot be harmed. My reason rejects this thing. It is an illusion. I do not fear." With a violent effort, I succeeded at last in stretching out my hand towards the weapon on the table. As I did so, on the arm and shoulder, I received a strange shock, and my arm fell to my side powerless. And now, to add to my horror, the light began slowly to wane from the candles. They were not, as it were, extinguished, but the flames seemed very gradually withdrawn. It was the same with the fire. The light was extracted from the fuel. In a few minutes, the room was in utter darkness. Kanathos, hello. Hey, Saw. Hope you're doing great today. I'm just passing by. No worries, Kanathos. Hello. How are you doing? Thank you for swinging on by. Happy hauntings, and I hope you're having a terrifyingly pleasant time zone. What do I need to offer to have you read Telltale Heart after this to finish out the stream? Well, let's see. It's currently at 11:15, and my normal stream end time's usually a little after 11:30 because I do have to get up in the morning, unfortunately. But I will say this. The next time we do Horror Story ASMR, which I can't really say when, but considering today's turnout will definitely be sometime in the near future, I will put the Telltale Heart on our to-read list. How's that sound? Because I love Poe. I very much love Poe, and any reason to read one of his works is a good reason. Yeah! Hello! Thank you so much for the raid. Oh, how are you doing? Thank you so much for the raid. Hope you are doing well. What were you up to? Hack infection. Well then, hope you had a good stream, and I hope you had enjoyed your game. Excuse me. My throat is also starting to go out, so may need to call after this story as well, unfortunately. Oh, hi, Sawin. How goes it? Going pretty well. We're currently in the middle of Horror Story ASMR. We're on our third story of the evening. Fair. Take care of yourself. No worries, no worries. Like I said, any chance to do Poe is a good excuse for me. We did read The Fall of the House of Usher earlier, so probably don't want to add two stories of the same author in the same evening, unless I want to do a dedicated Poe reading night, but that's something else. That's something else I can plan for. Gig the Skull Deer. Where are all the what? There's so many raids! So many raids! So many raids! Ah! Oh, I was gonna say, Gig the Skull Deer, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the spooky zone, and also, Varidia, hello, thank you as well for the raid. Also, Meta Roll raid. Oh man. Varidia, hello, thank you so much for the raid as well. Oh, it is. Everyone's coming to the cemetery. It's a special occasion. You were on VR chat. Hope you had fun in VR chat and a very pleasant stream. Happy hauntings, everyone. Sorry, Saw, I lurked today and you read so good. No worries. Also, thank you so much for swinging on by and enjoy your lurk. Pardon me. Hello, Raiders. I am Sawin. I am a Wraith VTuber and horror content creator. I primarily play a lot of horror and horror adjacent games, but tonight we're bringing back horror story ASMR where I read particular tales of terror and fright. I also do things such as dark wave radio streams, terrifying voice acting, as well as cemetery cinema, where we gather right here on this very Twitch channel and watch some classic horror media.
So if any of that sounds like something you would be interested in, then lock the doors, turn down your lights, make sure nothing is hiding under your bed. And I hope you have a terrifyingly fun time. Thank you so much for the raids.
Mommy, I'm scared. Mission accomplished. My bed is too low to the ground for shit to hide under there. You would be surprised at what would be able to hide under the bed. All a particular creature would need is the slightest little gap to slide their form into. And when the time is right, they slide right on out from underneath where you least expect it. I'm here from the Altari's raid. Hey, hello.
Father meow meow meow, feed me.
I've already fed you, Corey. Yellow Jacket Karaguchi. Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the spooky zone. Oh yes, this is absolutely normal around here. Absolutely normal occurrences at this particular cemetery. We are currently in the middle of a story that is called The Haunted and the Haunters, and we seem to be reaching the climax as, oh yeah, shit is very much haunted here. This house is super haunted. But let's see how our protagonist finds his way out of this particular situation. The dread that came over me to be thus in the dark with that dark thing whose power was so intensely felt brought a reaction of nerve. In fact, terror had reached that climax that either my senses must have deserted me or I must have burst through the spell. I did burst through it. I found a voice. Though the voice was a shriek, I remember that I broke forth with words like these. I do not fear. My soul does not fear. And at the same time, I found the strength to rise. Still in that profound gloom, I rushed through one of the windows, tore aside the mountain, flung open the shutters. My first thought was light. And when I saw the moon high, clear and calm, I felt a joy that almost compensated for the previous terror. There was the moon. There was also the light from the gas lamps in the deserted, slumberous street. I turned to look back into the room. The moon penetrated its shadow very palely and partially, but still there was light. The dark thing, whatever it might be, was gone, except that I could yet see a dim shadow, which seemed the shadow of that shade against the opposite wall. Also, thank you for the posture check and hydration. Really appreciate that. Thank you for that. Really appreciate it. Hadn't been focusing attention on my posture. The moment when Samhain helps you reach the climax. End of story. Ayo. And yeah, Mila. Oh, I can help with that. I can definitely help with that in multiple ways. Gotta go eat now and chill, but hope you have a good stream. No worries, Varinia. Thank you so much for hanging out. Enjoy your lurk. Enjoy your meal. Thank you again for the raid. Let us continue. Oh, thank you for the head pats as well, Mina. Before we get back to it. There we go. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it, Mina. Let us go back to the story. Let's see. Did I lose? Oh. There we go. Okay. Found my spot. I'm off as well. Sleep time. No worries, Mina. Thank you so much for hanging out. You rest well and pleasant nightmares. The Wraith has a nut button. Oh, the times. Absolutely. You even have custom head pads. That's sick. Oh, this is the asset for this was actually done by Skullnewt. Is a very talented artist. Definitely check them out. Definitely check them out. Wraith can press my nut button. Let's go ahead. Let's continue the tale. Let's continue the tale before we get too far off track. My eye now rested on the table, and from under the table, which was without cloth or cover, an old mahogany round table, there rose a hand, visible as far as the wrist. It was a hand seemingly as much of flesh and blood as my own, but the hand of an aged person, lean, wrinkled, small too, a woman's hand. That hand very softly closed on the two letters that lay on the table. Hand and letters both vanished. There then came the sound of the same 3 loud, measured knocks I had heard at the bedhead before this extraordinary drama had commenced. I can't resist, apparently not. Get it out of your system. Gotta fulfill those urges. Oh yeah, someone's probably gonna get killed here, for sure. Someone's probably gonna get killed here. Thank you for the redeems, by the way. Here we go. Find my spot. There we go. As those sounds slowly ceased, I felt the whole room vibrate sensibly, and at the far end there rose, as from the floor, sparks or globules like bubbles of light, many-colored, green, yellow, fire red, azure, up and down, to and fro, hither, thither, as tiny will-o-wisps. The sparks
Maim, kill, burn. Maim, kill, burn.
Oh, they're trying. They're trying. The sparks moved, slow or swift, each at its own caprice. A chair, as in the drawing room below, was now advanced from the wall without apparent agency and placed at the opposite side of the table. Suddenly, as forth from the chair, there grew a shape, a woman's shape. Ow. Distinct as the shape of life, ghastly as a shape of death. The face was that of youth, with a strange, mournful beauty. The throat and shoulders were bare, the rest of the form in a loose robe of cloudy white. It began sleeking its long, yellow hair, which fell over its shoulders. Its eyes were not turned towards me, but to the door. It seemed listening, watching, waiting. The shadow of the shade in the background grew darker, and again I thought I beheld the eyes gleaming out from the summit of the shadow, eyes fixed upon that shape. As if from the door, though it did not open, there grew out another shape equally distinct, equally ghastly. A man's shape, a young man's. It was in the dress of the last century, or rather, in a likeness of such dress, for both the male shape and the female, though defined, were evidently unsubstantial, impalpable, simulacra, phantasms. And there was something incongruous, grotesque, yet fearful in the contrast between the elaborate finery, the courtly precision of that old-fashioned garb, with its ruffles and lace and buckles, and the corpse-like aspect and ghost-like stillness of the flitting wearer. Just as the male shape approached the female, the dark shadow started from the wall, all three for a moment wrapped in darkness. When the pale light returned, the two phantoms were as if in the grasp of the shadow that towered them, and there was a blood stain on the breast of the female, and the phantom male was leaning on its phantom sword.
Father, where are my treats? It is time for treats. Also, I left a creamy brown present on your pillow. Please appreciate me, meow meow meow.
Oh, I don't want to have to do laundry at this late in the evening. How you doing, Construct? Thank you so much for swinging on by. Happy hauntings, and I hope you're having a terrifyingly pleasant time zone. Hope you're doing well. We're reading some classic horror stories, so get comfy. Let's see, where was I? And blood seemed trickling fast from the ruffles, from the lace, and the darkness of the intermediate shadow swallowed them up. They were gone, and again the bubbles of light shot and sailed and undulated, growing thicker and more wildly confused in their movements. The closet door to the right of the fireplace now opened, and from the aperture there came the form of a woman, aged. In her hand she held letters, the very letters over which I had seen the hand close, and behind her I heard a footstep. She turned round as if to listen. Then she opened the letters and seemed to read, and over her shoulder I saw a livid face, the face as of a man long drowned, bloated and bleached, seaweed tangled in its dripping hair, and at her feet lay a form as of a corpse, and beside the corpse there cowered a child, a miserable, squalid child, with famine in its cheeks and fear in its eyes. And as I looked in the old woman's face, the wrinkles and lines vanished, and it became a face of youth, hard-eyed, stony, but still youth, and the shadow darted forth and darkened over these phantoms as it had darkened over the last. Doing good. How are you this evening? Doing pretty well. Doing pretty well. And I hope you're also doing well. One moment, please. There we go. Nothing now was left but the shadow, and on that my eyes were intently fixed. Till again eyes grew out of the shadow, malignant serpent eyes, and the bubbles of light again rose and fell, and in their disordered, irregular, turbulent maze mingled with the wan moonlight. And now from these globules themselves, as from the shell of an egg, monstrous things burst out. The air grew filled with them, larvae so bloodless and so hideous that I can in no way describe them except to remind the reader of the swarming life which the solar microscope brings before his eyes in the drop of water. Things transparent, supple, agile, chasing each other, devouring each other. Forms like not ever beheld by the naked eye, as the shapes were without symmetry, so their movements were without order. In their very vagrancies there was no sport. They came around me, round, thicker, and faster and swifter, swarming over my head, crawling over my right arm, which was outstretched in voluntarily command against all evil beings. Sometimes I felt myself touched, but not by them. Invisible hands touched me. Once I felt the clutch as of cold, soft fingers at my throat. I was still equally conscious that if I gave way to fear, I should be in bodily peril, and I concentrated all my faculties in the single focus of resisting stubborn will, and I turned my sight from the shadow, above all from those strange serpent eyes, eyes that had now become distinctly visible. From there, though in naught else around me, I was aware that there was a will, and a will of intense, creative, working evil which might crush down my own. The pale atmosphere in the room began now to redden as if in the air of some near conflagration. The larvae grew lurid as things that live in fire. Again the room vibrated. Again were heard the 3 measured knocks, and again all things were swallowed up in the darkness of the dark shadow, as if out of that darkness all had come, into that darkness all returned. As the gloom receded, the shadow was wholly gone. Slowly, as it had been withdrawn, the flame grew again into the candles on the table, again into the fuel in the grate. The whole room came once more calmly, healthfully into sight. The 2 doors were still closed, the door communicating with the servants' room still locked. In the corner of the wall into which he had so convulsively niched himself lay the dog. I called to him. No movement. I approached. The animal was dead. His eyes protruded, his tongue out of his mouth. The froth gathered round his jaws. I took him in my arms. I brought him to the fire. I felt acute grief for the loss of my poor favorite, acute self-reproach. I accused myself of his death. I imagined he had died out of fright, but what was my surprise on finding that his neck was actually broken, actually twisted out of the vertebrae. Had this been done in the dark? Must it not have been by a hand human as mine? Must there not have been a human agency all the while in that room? Good cause to suspect it. I cannot tell. I cannot do more than state the fact fairly. The reader may draw his own inference. Gosh, mwah, how are you doing? Thank you so much for swinging on by. Hope you're having a terrifyingly pleasant time zone and happy hauntings. Hope you are doing well. And apologies because I did not know that this story had pet murdering. I apologize. Another surprising circumstance. My watch was restored to the table from which it had been so mysteriously withdrawn, but it had stopped at the very moment it was so withdrawn, nor, despite all the skill of the watchmaker, has it ever gone since. That is, it will go in a strange, erratic way for a few hours, and then comes to a dead stop. It is worthless. Welcome back, Jeru. Nothing more chanced for the rest of the night, nor indeed had I long to wait before the dawn broke. Not till it was broad daylight did I quit the haunted house. Before I did so, I revisited the little blind room in which my servant and myself had been for a time imprisoned. I had a strong impression, for which I could not account, that from that room which had originated the mechanism of the phenomena, if I may use the term, which had been experienced in my chamber. And though I entered it now in the clear day, with the sun peering through the filmy window, I still felt, as I stood on its floor, the creep of the horror which I had first there experienced the night before, and which had been so aggravated by what had passed in my own chamber. I could not, indeed, bear to stay more than half a minute within those walls. I descended the stairs, and again I heard the footfall before me, and when I opened the street door, I thought I could distinguish a very low laugh. I gained my own home, expecting to find my runaway servant there, but he had not presented himself, nor did I hear more of him for 3 days, when I received a letter from him, dated from Liverpool, to this effect.
Honored sir, I humbly entreat your pardon, though I can scarcely hope that you will think I deserve it, unless, which heaven forbid, you saw what I did. I feel that it will be years before I can recover myself, and as to being fit for service, it is out of the question. I am therefore going to my brother-in-law in Melbourne. The ship sails tomorrow. Perhaps the long voyage may set me up. I do nothing now but start and tremble and fancy it is behind me. I humbly beg you, honored sir, to order my clothes and whatever wages are due to me to be sent to my mother's at Walworth. John knows her address.
The letter ended with additional apologies, somewhat incoherent, and explanatory details as to effects that had been under the writer's charge. I'm off to sleep for work tomorrow. Take it easy, Salwin. Take care of that voice of yours. Keep being spooky. Yeah, we're running close to closing time ourselves, actually. After I finish this tale, then we'll probably call it. We will probably call it for the night. But you rest well, Altari. Thank you for hanging out. Thank you again for the raid. Rest well and pleasant nightmares. One moment. Speaking of taking care of my throat. Also, one moment, Midnight is apparently trying to get my attention. My other kitty. 1 second. One moment. Let me tend to her real fast. Alright, yeah, Midnight wanted out. Here we go. This flight may perhaps warrant a suspicion that the man wished to go to Australia, and had been somehow or other fraudulently mixed up with the events of the night. I say nothing in refutation of that conjecture. Rather, I suggest it as one that would seem to many persons the most probable solution of improbable occurrences. My own theory remained unshaken. I returned in the evening to the house to bring away in a hack cab the things I had left there, my poor dog's body. In this task I was not disturbed, nor did any incident worth note befall me, except that still, on ascending and descending the stairs, I heard the same footfall advance. On leaving the house, I went to Mr. J's. He was at home. I returned him the keys, told him that my curiosity was sufficiently gratified, and was about to relate quickly what had passed, when he stopped me and said, though with much politeness, that he had no longer any interest in the mystery which none had ever solved. That one guy 404 and Amanda the Panda. Hello there. Welcome, welcome. Thank you for the follows. Welcome to the spooky zone. Hope you're doing well. Check your pillow while you're at it. Yeah, I may need to switch my pillowcase out at the very least, because Ooh, yeah. uh, let's continue. I determined at least to tell him of the 2 letters I had read, as well as the extraordinary manner in which they had disappeared, and I then inquired if he thought they had been addressed to the woman who died in the house, and if there were anything in their early history which could possibly confirm the dark suspicions to which the letters gave rise. Mr. J seemed startled, and after musing a few moments, answered,
I know but little of the woman's earlier history.
I forgot the voice I had for this character. Well, right.
I know little of the woman's earlier history, except, as I before told you, that her family were known to mine. To revive some vague reminiscences to her prejudice, I will make inquiries and inform you of their results. Still, even if we could admit the popular superstition that a person who had been either the perpetrator or the victim of dark crimes in life could revisit, as a restless spirit, the scene in which those crimes had been committed, I should observe that the house was infested by strange sights and sounds before the old woman died. You smile. What would you say? I would say this, that I am convinced if we could get to the bottom of these mysteries, we should find a living human agency. What? You believe it is all an imposture? For what object?
Not an imposture of the ordinary sense of the word. If suddenly I were to sink into a deep sleep from which you could not awake me, but in that sleep could answer questions with an accuracy which I could not pretend to then, when awake, tell you what money you had in your pocket, nay, describe your very thoughts, it is not necessarily an imposture, any more than it is necessarily supernatural. I should be, unconsciously to myself, under a mesmeric influence, conveyed to me from a distance by a human being who had acquired power over me by a previous rapport. Granting mesmerism so far carried to be a fact, you are right, and you would infer from this that a mesmerizer might produce the extraordinary effects you and others have witnessed over inanimate objects, fill the air with sights and sounds, or impress our senses with the belief in them, we never having been in rapport with the person acting on us? No. What is commonly called mesmerism could not do this, but there may be a power akin to mesmerism and superior to it. The power that in the old days was called magic. That such a power may extend to all inanimate objects of matter, I do not say, but if so, it would not be against nature, only a rare power in nature which might be given to constitutions with certain peculiarities and cultivated by practice to an extraordinary degree, that such a power might extend over the dead, that is, over certain thoughts and memories that the dead may still retain and compel, not that which ought properly to be called the soul, which is far beyond human reach, but rather a phantom of what has been most earth-stained on earth, to make itself apparent to our senses, is a very ancient though obsolete theory upon which I will hazard no opinion, but I do not conceive the power would be supernatural. Let me illustrate what I mean from an experiment which Paracelsus describes as not difficult, and which the author of the Curiosities of Literature cites as credible. A flower perishes, you burn it. Whatever were the elements of that flower while it lived are gone. Dispersed you know not whither, you can never discover nor recollect them, but you can, by chemistry, out of the burnt dust of that flower, raise a spectrum of the flower, just as it seemed in life. It may be the same with the human being. The soul has so much escaped you as the essence or elements of the flower. Still, you may make a spectrum of it, and this phantom, though in the popular superstition it is held to be the soul of the departed, must not be confounded with the true soul. It is but the eidolon of the dead soul, the dead form. Randomly found your channel, and I'm excited to stick around for the horror stories. It's also spooky to see the follower count be at 666. An appropriate number indeed. Oh, thank you all so much for the support on this evening. And yeah, definitely stick around. We'll probably be closing things down once we finish this story, which I believe we may be coming up to the end of. Let me go and see how much we have left here. Oh, there's actually quite a bit here. There's actually quite a bit here still. Okay. This story is actually a lot longer than I thought. This is a lot longer than I thought it was. I wonder if I should have started with this one. Take care, Salwin. No worries, Jeru. No worries. Enjoy your lurk, and thank you for hanging out. Really appreciate it. What happens when you reach 666? Oh, you just get... Lucifer visits your residence and offers you a gift card to Killstar. It's a nice gesture from him. Appreciate him swinging by. When you get to know him, he's actually a very, very pleasant fellow. Let's see. Okay. Should be able to finish this. Hence, like the best attested stories of
You
ghosts.
love creepy reading and spooky games, you're on the right place.
Exactly. If you like spooky things, if you're a fan of horror, and the occasional goth punk vibes, you are very much in the right place. Viewers also watch some hot tub ASMR ear-licking big boob woman. Cultured. Oh, jeez. Oh, God. Yeah, that category is interesting, to say the least. Hence, like the best attested stories of ghosts or spirits, the thing that most strikes us is the absence of what we hold to be the soul, that is, of superior emancipated intelligence. They come for little or no object. They seldom speak. If they do come, they utter no ideas above that of an ordinary person on earth. These American spirit seers have published volumes of communications in prose and verse, which they assert to be given in the names of the most illustrious dead: Shakespeare, Bacon, heaven knows whom. Those communications taken the best are certainly not a whit of higher order than would be communications from living persons of fair talent and education. They are wondrously inferior to what Bacon, Shakespeare, and Plato said and wrote when on earth. Nor, what is more notable, do they ever contain an idea that was not on earth before. Our protagonist is getting a little philosophical here. Let's see. Nor, what is more notable, do they ever contain an idea that was not on earth before. Wonderful, therefore, as such phenomena may be, granting them to be truthful. I see much that philosophy may question, nothing that it is incumbent on philosophy to deny, viz. Nothing that's odd. Nothing supernatural. They are but ideas conveyed somehow or other. We have not yet discovered the means, from one mortal brain to another, whether in so doing tables walk of their own accord, or fiend-like shapes appear in a magic circle, or bodiless hands rise and remove material objects, or a thing of darkness such as presented itself to me freeze our blood. Still am I persuaded that these are but agencies conveyed, as by electric wires, to my own brain from the brain of another. In some constitutions there is a natural chemistry, and those may produce chemic wonders. In others, a natural fluid, call it electricity, and these produce electric wonders, but they differ in this from normal science. They are like objects, purposeless, puerile, frivolous. They lead on to no grand results, and therefore the world does not heed, and true sages have not cultivated them. But sure I am, that of all I saw or heard, a man, human as myself, was the remote originator, and I believe unconsciously to himself as to the exact effects produced for this reason. No, two persons, you say, have ever told you that they experienced exactly the same thing. Well, observe, no two persons ever experienced exactly the same dream. If this were an ordinary imposture, the machinery would be arranged for results that would but little vary. If it were a supernatural agency permitted by the Almighty, it would surely be for some definite end. These phenomena belong to neither class. My persuasion is that they originate in some brain not far distant, that brain had no distinct volition in anything that occurred, that what does occur reflects but its devious, motley, ever-shifting, half-formed thoughts. In short, that it has been but the dreams of such a brain put into action and invested with a semi-substance, that this brain is of immense power, that it can set matter into movement, that it is malignant and destructive. I believe some material force must have killed my dog. It might, for aught I know, have sufficed to kill myself, had I been as subjugated by terror as the dog, had my intellect or my spirit given me no countervailing resistance to my will.
It killed your dog? That is fearful. Indeed, it is strange that no animal can be induced to stay in that house. Not even a cat. Rats and mice are never found in it.
The instincts of the brute creation detect influences deadly to their existence. Man's reason has a sense less subtle, because it has a resisting power more supreme. But enough. Do you comprehend my theory?
Sorry? Yes, though imperfectly, and I accept my crochet, pardon the word, however odd, rather than embrace at once the notion of ghosts and hobgoblins we imbibed in our nurseries. Still, to my unfortunate house, the evil is the same. What on earth can I do with the house?
I will tell you what I would do. I'm convinced from my own internal feelings that the small, unfurnished room at right angles to the door of the bedroom which I occupied forms a starting point or receptacle for the influences which haunt the house, and I strongly advise you to have the walls opened, the floor removed, nay, the whole room pulled down. I observe that it is detached from the body of the house, built over the small backyard, and could be removed without injury to the rest of the building.
And you think if I did that,
You would cut off the telegraph wires. Try it. I am so persuaded that I am right, and will pay half the expense if you will allow me to direct the operations.
nay, I am well able to afford the cost.
For the rest, allow me to write to you. About 10 days afterwards, I received a letter from Mr. J, telling me that he had visited the house since I had seen him, that he had found 2 letters that I had described were placed in the drawer from which I had taken them, that he had read them without misgivings like my own, that he had instituted a cautious inquiry about the woman to whom I rightly conjectured they had been written. It seemed that 36 years ago, a year before the day of the letters, she had married against the wish of her relatives, an American of very suspicious character. In fact, he was generally believed to have been a pirate. She herself was the daughter of very respectable tradespeople and had served in the capacity of a nursery governess before her marriage. She had a brother, a widower, who was considered wealthy, and who had one child of about 6 years old. A month after the marriage, the body of this brother was found in the Thames near London Bridge. There seemed some marks of violence about his throat, but they were not deemed sufficient to warrant the inquest in any other verdict than that of found drowned. The American and his wife took charge of the little boy, the deceased brother having by his will left his sister guardian of his only child, and in the event of the child's death, the sister inherited. The child died about 6 months afterwards. It was supposed to have been neglected and ill-treated. Neighbors deposed to have heard it shriek at night. The surgeon who examined it after death said that it was emaciated as if from want of nourishment, and the body was covered with livid bruises. It seemed that one winter night the child had sought to escape, crept out into the backyard, tried to scale the wall, fallen back exhausted, and had been found at morning on the stones in a dying state. But though there was some evidence of cruelty, there was none of murder, and the aunt and her husband had sought to palliate cruelty by alleging the exceeding stubbornness and perversity of the child, who was declared to be half-witted. Be that as it may, at the orphan's death, the aunt inherited her brother's fortune. Before the first wedded year was out, the American quitted England abruptly and never returned to it. He obtained a cruising vessel, which was lost in the Atlantic 2 years afterwards. The widow was left in affluence, but reverses of various kinds had befallen her. A bank broke, an investment failed. She went into a small business and became insolvent. Then she entered into service, sinking lower and lower from housekeeper down to maid-of-all work, never long retaining a place, though nothing peculiar against her character was ever alleged. She was considered sober, honest, and peculiarly quiet in her ways. Still, nothing proposed with her, and so she had dropped into the workhouse from which Mr. J had taken her, to be placed in charge of the very house which she had rented as mistress in the first year of her wedded life. Mr. J added that he had passed an hour alone in the unfurnished room, which I had urged him to destroy, and that his impressions of dread while there were so great, though he had neither heard nor seen anything, that he was eager to have the walls bared and the floors removed as I had suggested. He had engaged persons for the work, and would commence any day I would name. Day, hello, how you doing? Thank you so much for swinging on by. Happy hauntings, and I hope you're having a terrifyingly pleasant time zone. Welcome, welcome. I believe we're getting close to wrapping up this story here. Doing my best. Yeah, hope everyone is nice and comfortable. And if you're not currently, then I suggest you get comfy, or as comfy as you can be. The day was accordingly fixed. I repaired to the haunted house. We went into the blind, dreary room, took up the skirting and then the floors. Under the rafters, covered with rubbish, was found a trap door, quite large enough to admit a man. It was closely nailed down, with clamps and rivets of iron. On removing these as we descended into a room below, the existence of which had never been suspected. In this room there had been a window and a flue, but they had been bricked over, evidently for many years. By the help of candles we examined this place. It still retains some moldering furniture, 3 chairs, an oak settle, a table, all of the fashion of about 80 years ago. There was a chest of drawers against the wall, in which we found, half rotted away, old-fashioned articles of a man's dress, such as might have been worn 80 or 100 years ago by a gentleman of some rank. Costly steel buckles and buttons like those yet worn on court dresses, a handsome court sword, and a waistcoat which at once had been rich with gold lace, but which was now blackened and foul with damp. We found 5 guineas, a few silver coins, and an ivory ticket, probably for some place of entertainment long since passed away. But our main discovery was in a kind of iron safe fixed to the wall, the lock of which it cost us much trouble to get picked. In this safe were 3 shelves and 2 small drawers. Ranged on the shelves were several small bottles of crystal, hermetically stopped. They contained colorless, volatile essences of what nature I shall say no more than they were not poisons. Phosphor and ammonia entered into some of them. There were also some very curious glass tubes and a small pointed rod of iron, with a large lump of rock crystal and another of amber, and also a lodestone of great power. In one of the drawers we found a miniature portrait set in gold, and retained the freshness of its colors most remarkably. Considering the length of time it had probably been there, the portrait was that of a man who might be somewhat advanced in middle life, perhaps 47 or 48. Oh, heck yeah, thank you. Oh, I'm happy here. I'm glad you're here. I'm glad you're happy. I'm glad you're happy, Jeru. There. Sorry. Hydration. I'm glad everyone is comfortable. Let's see. In one of the drawers, sorry, my throat is. Yeah, hydrate or dihydrate. It doesn't help that my acid reflux has been kicking in lately again. Geez, how much more do we have? I thought we were getting pretty close. Oh, geez, there is still so much left here. There's still so much left. Oh, gods. Yeah, this is like... Okay. And it's already crossing midnight. Like, this is getting incredibly long-winded for whatever reason. Yeah, it is getting incredibly long-winded, and I'm trying to think about how much, if I should like, cause I'm in Pacific time zone, and I'm currently debating on, cause I kind of underestimated how long this was, and it's been very long-winded. Like this last stretch has been very long-winded. Like, I'm wondering if I should just go ahead and call it here, because at this rate, I don't know, it might still take it like another 30 minutes to an hour or something like that, and then I'll be regretting it in the morning. How about you? What do you think, chat? I'm in Oregon. Hey, good to hear. Reading always takes longer than you expect. Yeah, always the case. Like there's always like a chapter or a passage. Oh, had problems with my internet connection. No worries. Glad you were able to get back. Take care of yourself. Self-care is number one. Get some rest. Yeah, like, it feels like this probably may take at least another half an hour to get through at the very least. Because, yeah, this is long. I mean, it's interesting, but the conclusion of the story feels like it's taking a lot longer to close out as many details as possible. But 30 minutes isn't that bad. Definitely end after that. Yeah, we'll see how much longer. We'll try and see if we can kind of speed through a little bit of this. Here we go. In one of the drawers we found a miniature portrait set in gold and retaining the freshness of its colors most remarkably, considering the length of time it had probably been there. The portrait was that of a man who might be somewhat advanced in midlife, perhaps 47 or 48. It was a most peculiar face, a most impressive face. If you could fancy some mighty serpent transformed into man, persevering in the human lineaments, the old serpent type, you would have a better idea of that countenance than long descriptions can convey. The width and flatness of frontal, the tapering elegance of contour disguising the strength of the deadly jaw, the long, large, terrible eye glittering and green as the emerald, and withal a certain ruthless calm, as if from the consciousness of an immense power. The strange thing was this: the instant I saw the miniature, I recognized a startling likeness to one of the rarest portraits in the world, the portrait of a man of a rank only below that of royalty, who in his own day had made considerable noise. History says little or nothing of him, but search the correspondence of his contemporaries and you will find reference to his wild daring, his bold profligacy, his restless spirit, his taste for the occult sciences. While still in the meridian of life, he died and was buried, so say the chronicles, in a foreign land. He died in time to escape the grasp of the law, for he was accused of crimes which would have given him to the headsman. After his death, the portraits of him, which had been numerous, for he had been a munificent encourager of art, were brought up and destroyed. It was supposed by his heirs, who might have been glad could they have raised his very name from their splendid line. He had enjoyed a vast wealth. A large portion of this was believed to have been embezzled by a favorite astrologer or soothsayer. At all events, it had unaccountably vanished at the time of his death. Worn portrait alone of him was supposed to have escaped the general destruction. I had seen it in the house of a collector some months before. It had made on me a wonderful impression, as it does on all who behold it, a face never to be forgotten. And there was that face in the miniature that lay within my hand. True that in the miniature the man was a few years older than in the portrait I had seen, or than the original was even at the time of his death. But a few years? Why, even the date in which flourished that direful noble, and the date in which the miniature was evidently painted, there was an interval of more than 2 centuries. While I was thus gazing in silent and wondering, Mr. J said,
"But is it possible? I have known this man."
"How? Where?" I cried.
"In India. He was high in the confidence of the Raja of blank, and well nigh drew him into a revolt which would have lost the Raja his dominions. The man was a Frenchman. His name was Davy, clever, bold, lawless. We insisted on his dismissal and banishment. It must be the same man. No 2 faces like his, yet this miniature seems nearly 100 years old." Mechanically, I turned round the miniature to examine the back of it, and on the back was engraved a pentacle. In the middle of the pentacle, a ladder, and the 3rd step of the ladder was formed by the date 1765. Examining still more minutely, I detected a spring. This, on being pressed, opened the back of the miniature as a lid. Within the lid was engraved, "Mariana to thee. Be faithful in life and in death to blank." Here follows a name that I will not mention, but it was not unfamiliar to me. I had heard it spoken of by old men in my childhood as the name borne by a dazzling charlatan who had made a great sensation in London for a year or so, and had fled the country on the charge of a double murder within his own house, that of his mistress and his rival. I said nothing of this to Mr. J, to whom reluctantly I resigned the miniature. No one is getting flayed so far. The story unfolds slow. Yeah, it's mainly the ending that seems to be slowed down very heavily. The first half is very interesting to follow. The second half is, yeah, it's dragging. It is dragging. Flay me, Daddy, later. We found no difficulty in opening the first drawer within the iron safe. We found great difficulty in opening the second. It was not locked, but it resisted all efforts till we inserted in the chinks the edge of a chisel. When we had thus drawn it forth, we found a very singular apparatus in the nicest order. Upon a small thin book, or rather tablet, was placed a saucer of crystal. This saucer was filled with a clear liquid, and that liquid floated a kind of compass, with the needle shifting rapidly around. But instead of the usual points of a compass were 7 strange characters, not unlike those used by astrologers to denote the planets. A very peculiar, but not strong nor displeasing odor came from this drawer, which was lined with a wood that we afterwards discovered to be hazel. Whatever the cause of this odor, it produced a material effect on the nerves. We all felt it, even the 2 workmen who were in the room. A creeping, tingling sensation from the tips of the fingers to the roots of the hair. Impatient to examine the tablet, I removed the saucer. As I did so, the needle of the compass went round and round with exceeding swiftness, and I felt a shock that ran through my whole frame, so that I dropped the saucer on the floor. The liquid was spilt, the saucer was broken. The compass rolled to the end of the room, and that instant the walls shook to and fro, as if a giant had swayed and rocked them. The 2 workmen were so frightened that they ran up the ladder by which we had descended from the trap door, but seeing that nothing more happened, they were easily induced to return. Meanwhile, I had opened the tablet. It was bound in a plain red leather, with a silver clasp. It contained but 1 sheet of thick vellum, and on that sheet were inscribed, within the double pentacle, words in old monkish Latin, which are literally to be translated thus: "On all that it can reach within these walls, sentient or inanimate, living or dead, as moves the needle, so work my will. Accursed be the house, and restless be the dwellers within, or therein." We found no more. Mr. J burnt the tablet in its anathema. He
He raised to the foundations the part of the building containing the secret room with the chamber over it. He had then the courage to inhabit the house himself for a month, and a quieter, better conditioned house could not be found in all London. Subsequently, he led it to advantage, and his tenant has made no complaints. But my story is not yet done. A few days after Mr. J had removed into the house, I paid him a visit. We were standing by the open window and conversing. A van containing some articles of furniture which he was moving from his former house was at the door. I had just urged him my theory that all of those phenomena regarded as supermundane had emanated from a human brain, adducing the charm, or rather curse, we had found and destroyed in support of my philosophy. Mr. J was observing in reply
That even if mesmerism, or whatever analogous power it might be called, could really thus work in the absence of the operator and produce effects so extraordinary, still could those effects continue when the operator himself was dead? And if the spell had been wrought, and indeed this room walled up more than 70 years ago, the probability was that the operator had long since departed this life. Mr. J, I say, was thus answering when I caught hold of his arm and pointed to the street below. A well-dressed man had crossed from the opposite side and was accosting the carrier in charge of the van. His face, as he stood, was exactly fronting our window. One sec. Midnight is apparently making her presence on again. One sec. Okay, apologies. Midnight is apparently wanted back into the room. Midnight apparently wanted back in the room. Let's see. Good heavens, cried Mr. J. That is the face of Devi, and scarcely a day older than when I saw it on Raja's court in my youth. Seized by the same thought, we both hastened downstairs. I was first in the street, but the man had already gone. I caught sight of him, however, not many yards in advance, and in another moment I was by his side. I resolved to speak to him, but when I looked into his face, I felt as if it were impossible to do so. That eye, the eye of the serpent, fixed and held me spellbound, and withal, about the man's whole person, there was a dignity, an air of pride and station and superiority that would have made anyone, habituated to the usages of the world, hesitate long before venturing upon a liberty or impertinence. And what could I say? What was it that I would ask? Thus ashamed of my first impulse, I fell a few paces back, still, however, following the stranger, undecided what else to do. Meanwhile, he turned the corner of the street. A plain carriage was in waiting, with a servant out of livery, dressed like a valet de place, at the carriage door. In another moment, he had stepped into the carriage, and it drove off. I returned to the house. Mr. J was still at the street door. He had asked the carrier what the stranger had said to him. Merely asked whom that house now belonged to. The same evening, I happened to go with a friend to a place in town called the Cosmopolitan Club, a place open to men of all countries, all opinions, all degrees. One orders one's coffee, smokes one's cigar. One is always sure to meet agreeable, sometimes remarkable persons. I had not been 2 minutes in the room before I beheld at a table, conversing with the acquaintance of mine, whom I will designate by the official initial G, the man, the original of the miniature. He was now without his hat, and the likeness was yet more startling. Only I observed that while he was conversing, there was less severity in the countenance. There was even a smile, though very quiet and very cold one. The dignity of mind I had acknowledged in the street was also more striking, a dignity akin to that which invests some prince of the East, conveying the idea of supreme indifference and habitual, indisputable, indolent but restless power. Resistless power. G soon after left the stranger, who then took up a scientific journal, which seemed to absorb his attention. I drew G aside. Who and what is that gentleman? Oh, a very remarkable man indeed. I met him last year amidst the caves of Petra. a scriptural Edom. He is the best Oriental scholar I know. We joined company, had an adventure with robbers, in which he showed a coolness that saved our lives. Afterwards, he invited me to spend a day with him in a house he had bought at Damascus. A house buried amongst almond blossoms and roses, the most beautiful thing. He had lived there for some years, quite as an Oriental in grand style. I half suspect he is a renegade, immensely rich, very odd, by the by, a great mesmerizer. I have seen him with my own eyes produce an effect on inanimate things. If you take a letter from your pocket and throw it to the other end of the room, he will order it to come to his feet, and you will see the letter wriggle itself along the floor till it has obeyed his command. Upon my honor, 'tis true. I have seen him affect even the weather, disperse or collect clouds, by means of a glass tube or wand, but he does not like talking of these matters to strangers. He has only just arrived to England, says he has not been here for a great many years. Let me introduce him to you.
Certainly. He is English then. What is his name?
Oh, a very homely one. Richards.
And what is his birth? His family?
How do I know? What does it signify? No doubt some parvenu, but rich. So infernally rich.
G drew me up to the stranger, and the introduction was effected. The manners of Mr. Richards were not those of an adventurous traveler. Travelers are in general constitutionally gifted with high animal spirits. They are talkative, eager, imperious. Mr. Richards was calm and subdued in tone, with manners which were made distinct by the loftiness of punctilious courtesy. That was a word. The manners of a former age, I observed that the English he spoke was not exactly of our day. I should even have said that the accent was slightly foreign, but then Mr. Richards remarked that he had been little in the habit for many years of speaking in his native tongue. The conversation fell upon the changes in the aspect of London since he had last visited our metropolis. G then glanced off to the moral changes, literary, social, political, the great men who were removed from the stage within the last 20 years, the new great men who were coming on. In all this, Mr. Richards evinced no interest. He had evidently read none of our living authors, and seemed scarcely acquainted by name with our younger statesmen. Once and only once he laughed. It was when G asked him whether he had any thoughts of getting into Parliament, and the laugh was inward, sarcastic, sinister, a sneer raised into a laugh. After a few minutes, G left us to talk to some other acquaintances who had just lounged into the room, and then I said quietly, "I have seen a miniature of you, Mr. Richards, in the house you once inhabited, and perhaps built, if not wholly, at least in part in Street. You passed by that house this morning." Not till I had finished did I raise my eyes to his, and then his fixed my gaze so steadfastly that I could not withdraw it. Those fascinating serpent eyes, but involuntarily, and if the words that translated my thought were dragged from me, I added in a low whisper, "I have been a student in the mysterious of life and nature. Of those mysteries I have known the occult professors. I have the right to speak to you thus." And I uttered a certain password.
"Well," he said dryly, "I concede the right. What would you ask?"
To what extent human will in certain temperaments can extend? To what extent can thought extend? To think in there before you draw breath, you are in China. True, but my thought has no power in China. Give it expression, and it may have. You may write down a thought which, sooner or later, may alter the whole condition of China. What is a law but a thought? Therefore, thought is infinite. Therefore, thought is power, not in proportion to its value. A bad thought may make a bad law as potent as a good thought can make a good one. Yes, what you say confirms my own theory. Through invisible currents, one human brain may transmit its ideas to other human brains with the same rapidity as a thought promulgated by visible beings, and as though it is imperishable as it leaves its stamp behind in the natural world, even when the thinker has passed out of this world. So the thought of the living may have power to rouse up and revive the thoughts of the dead, such as those thoughts were in life, though the thought of the living cannot reach the thoughts which the dead now may entertain. Is it not so? I honestly have no idea what's going on right now. I'm gonna be perfectly honest. I have no idea what's going on right now. This is kind of gone off the rails. I believe we're trying to find the proper connections to everything. It's getting kind of ridiculous. I decline to answer. If, in my judgment, that thought has the limit you would to fix it, but proceed. You have a special question you wish to put. Best stream to listen to while playing Usher's. Best stream to listen to while doing whatever. Oh, thank you. Thank you both so much. Sorry if the reading is kind of a little dry right now. Like, it's kind of, yeah, it's trying. Got a dip. Much love and many waffles? Waffles? I could go for some waffles right now. Oh, take care. No worries. You take care as well. Make sure to take care of yourself, rest well, and pleasant nightmares. Oh. The narrator's such a cutie. Oh, you. Oh. If I had skin, I would probably be blushing right now. Intense malignity and an intense will, engendered in a peculiar temperament and aided by natural means within the reach of science, may produce effects like those ascribed of old to evil magic. It might thus haunt the walls of a human habitation with spectral revivals of all guilty thoughts and guilty deeds once conceived and done within those walls, all in short with which the evil will claims rapport and affinity in perfect and coherent... Jesus, there is... I'm sorry, I'm actually just like losing the thread. I'm continuously losing the thread. How much? Okay. Guys, there's just so many. There's so many like thick, dense paragraphs here that really just lead to, well, it just takes the longest path possible to get to the point. Let's see if we can jump ahead a little bit. Yeah, let's jump ahead a little bit, because there's a lot here. Okay. There answered me a whisper so musical, so potently musical, that it seemed to enter into my whole being and subdue me despite myself. Thus it said, I have sought one like you for the last 100 years. Now I have found you. We part not till I know what I desire. The vision that sees through the past and cleaves through the veil of the future is in you at this hour, never before, never to come again. The vision of no pulling fantastic girl, of no sickbed somnambule, but of a strong man with a vigorous brain, soar and look forth. As he spoke, I felt as if I rose out of myself upon eagle wings. All the weight seemed gone from air, roofless the room, roofless the dome of space. I was not in the body, where I knew not, but aloft over time, over earth. Again I heard the melodious whisper, You say right, I have mastered great secrets by the power of will. True, by will and by science, I can... I'm not sure if I should say this word or not. Blank, the process of years, but death comes not by age alone. Can I frustrate the accidents which bring death upon the young? No. Every accident is a providence. Before a providence snaps every human will. Shall I die at last, ages and ages hence, by the slow, the inevitable growth of time, or by the curse that I call accident? By cause you call it accident. Is the end still remote? Asked the whisper, with a slight tremor. Regarded as my life regards time, it is still remote. And shall I, before then, mix with the world of men as I did ere I learned these secrets, resume eager interest in their strife and their trouble, battle with ambition, and use the power of the sage to win the power that belongs to kings? You will let You will yet play a part on the earth that will fill earth with commotion and amaze. For wondrous designs have you, a wonder yourself, been permitted to live on through the centuries. All the secrets you have stored will then have their uses. All that now makes you a stranger amidst the generations will contribute then to make you their lord. As the trees then the straws are drawn into a whirlpool, as they spin round or sucked to the deep, and again tossed aloft by the eddies, so shall races and thrones be plucked into the charm of your vortex. Awful destroyer, but in destroying made against your own will a constructor. And that date too is far off. Far off when it comes. Think your end in this world is at hand. How and what is the end? Look east, west, south, and north. In the north, where you never yet trod towards a point. Oh boy. Yeah, again, I'm gonna skip ahead a little bit. Okay. Cause, alright. Skipping ahead just a little bit, cause it's like, there's a lot here. There's a whole lot of nothing here. Hush, said the whisper, but the day you assure me is far off, very far. I go back to the almond and rose of Damascus, sleep. The room before my eyes, I became insensible. When I recovered, I found G holding my hand and smiling. He said, "You who have always declared yourself proof against mesmerism have succumbed at last, my friend Richards." "Where is Mr. Richards?" "Gone when you passed into a trance, saying quietly to me, 'Your friend will not wake for an hour.'" I asked, as collectedly as I could, where Mr. Richards lodged. "At the Trafalgar Hotel." "Give me your arm," said I to G. "Let us call on him. I have something to say." When we arrived at the hotel, we were told that Mr. Richards had returned 20 minutes before, paid his bill, left directions with a servant, a Greek, to pack his effects and proceed to Malta by the steamer that should leave Southampton the next day. Mr. Richards had merely said of his own movements that he had visits to pay in the neighborhood of London, and it was uncertain whether he should be able to reach Southampton in time for that steamer. If not, he should follow in the next one. The waiter asked me my name. On my informing him, he gave me a note that Mr. Richards had left for me in case I called. The note was as follows: "I wish you to utter what was in your mind. You obeyed. I have therefore established power over you. For 3 months from this day, you can communicate to no living man what has passed between us. You cannot even show this note to the friend by your side. During 3 months, silence complete as to me and mine. Do you doubt my power to lay on you this command? Try to disobey me. At the end of the 3rd month, the spell is raised. For the rest, I spare you. I shall visit your grave a year and a day after it has received you." Well, that's concerning. So ends this strange story, which I ask no one to believe. I write it down exactly 3 months after I received the above note. I could not write it before, nor could I show to G, in spite of his urgent request, the note which I read under the gas lamp by his side. Well, seems our protagonist stumbled on quite the mystery here, and ended up getting himself into a very particular situation. All on account of a twinge of curiosity. Yeah, that dragged on quite heavily at the end there. That dragged on quite heavily at the end. But we finished the story. We finished the story. Apologies that took so long to get through. But hey, the first half was interesting, but then it just kind of dragged from there. But it's fine. Sometimes that's what you run into when you're reading particular stories. Feels like flaying alive by a knife or a boring, drowning death story. Well, the part that was actually involving the haunted mansion was very interesting, especially when the hauntings fully manifested. But yeah, it feels like the author was trying to spent a little too much time trying to piece the various parts together. Yeah, it could have been truncated a bit more. Could have been, that second half definitely could have been shortened up by quite a bit. Interesting read for the first part at the very least. I believe that is a good spot to go ahead and call it a night at. Go ahead and put this away. Put that away. Here we go. Alright. If it's from the 1900s, that's understandable. Yeah, that is true. It is definitely like early centuries. Early 19th century literature. Sometimes stories do be like that. They do be like that sometimes. Usually I try to make sure to check the length of stories beforehand, but that one ended up, I kind of underestimated the length of that one, unfortunately. Or how long some of the passages were going to be. It's fine though. Thank you for the comfy vibes. No worries. Thank you all so much for hanging on out. And yeah, we'll go ahead and close things down on that note. So for those that are new here, I usually have an outro sequence that I play, and during which I look to see if I can find someone that we can send some spooky vibes to. So feel free to stick around and we'll see if we can find someone to raid. So, oh boy, look at that shoulder to waist ratio. I don't really, if you want the full look, yeah, like, I can't really lift.
Father, don't forget to feed me and everyone have a good night.
I already fed you. Alright, if I give you an extra treat, how's that? If I give you an extra treat, how about that? Will that satisfy you? Well, thank you everyone for hanging out. I was trying to find a time to bring back Horror Story ASMR, and I'm glad I did it on this evening. I'm glad I was able to do it on this particular evening. This Friday, we will be doing our first horror indie game dive of 2023, and if you've ever come by the streams on our previous indie game dives, we usually find some interesting stuff. We find a lot of interesting games, so definitely be sure to swing on by for that as well. Until next time, thank you for watching. Thank you for hanging out. Don't forget to take care of yourselves. Be good to each other. If you ever find yourself with a haunted house in your neighborhood, take the necessary precautions, because you never know what could be inhabiting those particular residences.
Rest well and pleasant nightmares.